Call the meeting to order. The Fort Myers Beach Management and Planning Session of the Town Council of Fort Myers Beach. All council members are present. Town clerk, town manager, town attorney, members of the audience will stand for the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, first item, as always, is the Lee County update. I see some people here from the county.
Good morning, Rob Phelan, Lee County DOT.
Morning, Rob.
For the record. Update should have been delivered to the council yesterday. Very similar to last month's update. Things are progressing along. We expect some more paving activity to occur later this month, hopefully finishing off that northbound section, Air Boulevard, with a traffic flip to move both lanes of traffic over onto the new pavement and eliminating a lot of the concerns that the public sees down that southern section.
Questions for Rob?
I'm going to always, I need to take advantage of when you're here, Rob, and I don't want to put you on the spot on this, and if you can't comment, you can't comment, but I'm curious if you could comment on the county's perspective on lighting on Estero Boulevard. Are you involved in those conversations at all? Because it's a little bit mysterious as to what the county's responsibility is. Obviously, the town's in the process of making a decision that's both public safety friendly and turtle friendly, and I'm just curious if you have any thoughts on that conversation from the county's perspective.
I know that there's an ongoing discussion between administration and the town staff, and we've met with the consultants on the lighting project earlier this week and had a good conversation with them, provided them our thoughts on criteria, corridor. Previously, many years ago, the county committed to providing the lighting at the crosswalk location. Upholding to that commitment.
Since some of us are relatively new, Rob, help us understand what the county's responsibility is with respect to lighting on Estero Boulevard. Does the county have an obligation to do basic lighting? The reason why I ask this, we're coming up upon our budget next month and discussion of our budget, so we're trying to plan accordingly. Does the county maintain basic lighting for its roads? And if we want to go beyond basic lighting, what's the criteria or the formula that the county uses so we can better understand what our fiscal needs are going to be as we go forward?
So Lee County has an arterial lighting program where we have criteria which we've established for lighting arterial roadways. Typically, those are 4-lane roadways with volumes of over 20,000 vehicles per day. Either which of those criteria, this is an arterial roadway, but either of those, the 4-lane criteria or the 20,000 vehicles per day are met, so it doesn't fall under that arterial lighting program. Lighting that would be done is beyond what our program typically establishes. Roadways like Burnt Store Road and Daniels Parkway and some of those other major roadways that have significantly high volumes of traffic on them fall under that arterial lighting program.
As we plan accordingly and we're working with FP&L and so forth and the consultants, it's I don't want to put words in your mouth, but it's basically the county's position that the county would be responsible or at least assist in providing lighting for the crosswalks on Estero Boulevard, and the rest of it would be up to the town. Is that a fair generalization?
That's what our commitment has been, was to provide the lighting at the crosswalks. Important to properly illuminate the crosswalks, and we're waiting for the final decision which direction the town desires to go with the light.
On the crosswalk itself, is it just the lighting, or would you actually provide reflective solutions? There's all kinds of unique solutions for crosswalks, as I'm sure you know as a transportation person. Is it just the lighting itself, or would you be part of the full solution of the crosswalk, whatever we decide to do and whatever the county joins us in partnering with? what's the extent of that crosswalk illumination, I guess is my question. Is it just the lights themselves? Because sometimes there's all kinds of flashing, there's reflectors, there's all kinds of other dynamics. Is it the full crosswalk protection, or is it just part of it, or how do you see that?
Well, we have, there's varying levels of lighting and marking and warning devices that can be implemented in the crosswalk. Those are entirely separate from what the lighting criteria is. The lighting criteria establishes illumination levels that are supposed to be met at the crosswalk. The lighting for the crosswalk would be designed. Any sort of additional enhancements, we already are stepping up some of the enhancements on the crosswalks as far as ladder style crosswalk, which is the bars and then actually a ladder style. That's the standard for any of these mid-block crosswalks. We're already doing that, and those use reflective pavement markings or reflective thermoplastic pavement that are on there. But if you're talking about devices like RRFBs, we reestablished those RRFBs at the same locations that were established by the Town Safety Committee several years ago, plus replacement of the RRFB or the flashing beacon at Coconut, and we also installed a RRFB at the termination or the beginning of the what potentially could be the shared use path that was contemplated under this trail program, which is a little bit starts down by 7-Eleven just south of the Catholic Church.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you.
Before you take off there, so arterial is one classification. What's the classification that our road would qualify as?
Your roads probably classify as local roads. You have arterials and collectors and local roads.
And what is there illumination standards from FDOT for local roads?
I don't know. Might be some. There's a standard in the FDOT green book for lighting levels. Under.
Okay, so and there's no standard that gets triggered because of incidents or because of other congestion that's non-automobile related.
Now, if you take a look at high crash locations, if you have a high crash pattern that's occurring at night, we consider some of your criteria for lighting.
Anything else? Thank you very much, Rob. The next item is comprehensive plan update status. Roger, you want to take us out on that? Or?
Yes, so the council has authorized the staff to engage a consultant, Cordina Group, to assist us in reviewing our land development code and comprehensive plan, and here to give you a status update and also to part of that, get a sense from the council as to certain policy level decisions so they can better craft the proposed change besides the cleanup activities that need to be done and dealing with the glitches that we found and things of that nature. Ancillary to that conversation, I wanted to just spend a minute or so talking about the situations, and one of them dealing with the far side, I'll call it disaster, and what the council would like us to do following that incident, and also perhaps the discussion of these lots that are being assembled, single-family lots are being assembled, and a large house is being constructed across multiple lots. So we can work that all into item B. I know Daphne has an engagement she has to leave for, so if it's okay with you all, we'd like to start with her item and then slip into the consultant, if that's okay.
Hi, Daphne Saunders, Community Services Administrator. I'd like to start the conversation off with this regarding, as Roger put it, the Surfside disaster over in Miami and the recertification of threshold buildings. The city of Boca Raton has already initiated the implementation of regulating, sort of inserting government a little bit into the requirement of having a structural engineer come in and recertify after 10 years. Florida statute calls for a 40-year recertification of a threshold building. And they are trying to do it with 10 years. And of course, there's a big process. Staff has to identify all the threshold buildings that are out there. And the Florida statute defines threshold building as a building which is greater than 3 stories or 50 feet in height, or which has an assembly occupation classification as defined in the Florida Building Code, which exceeds 5,000 square feet in an area and an occupant content of greater than 500 persons. That's what we would be, staff would be looking to identify here on the town. What I'd like to do, I think that you guys have all received this ordinance. Did you guys receive this from Boca? This was begun like immediately after the disaster. What's happening now, and if I can, I'll pass these out to you guys. The Miami-Dade County just issued a press release yesterday that they're beginning meetings with all of these, like legislators, engineers, elected officials in Dade County to begin a series of meetings to come up with how they are going to deal with the recertifications or even state laws. And those meetings begin August 30th. So there are a couple of things that we could do right now. You guys could, we could begin the process and look at this ordinance of doing that, or we could wait and see what the pros over in Miami are doing with regards to the recertification of threshold buildings. So here's the press release, if hand it out to everybody.
Daphne, those criteria are, it's an or, 3 stories or 50 feet, or 5,000 square feet, or 500 people? If any one of those are exceeded, then it triggers it?
Yes. Yes.
I'm very interested in finding out more about this, but I'm also concerned that we get into this up to our necks, and then the legislature convenes this year and preempts us, and all of our work has gone for naught. And
That's always the best, and the Boca Raton began this process immediately. I think they wanted to just jump in and try to do something. And really, there's, it does include, to get this process going, I mean, we'd literally at the onset have to bring in more staff to do this. And like you said, the legislature is, coming back, beginning in September, they have committee meetings. They may and most likely will have more stringent laws regarding the recertification of these threshold buildings. So we're here right now to get direction from you, to see how you wanted to handle
it'd
this.
not be a bad idea to start inventorying those particular buildings and getting that in line in the idea that they probably are going to target those threshold buildings. If we had an inventory of those, then we could be ready from that standpoint as to what they're going to do. And then if they don't do anything, why, then we can talk about it again. But anyhow, I'll open it up.
Yes, my leaning would be that we should contact Mr. Book and say, he's supposed to have the pulse of legislature. If he thinks that it's going somewhere with the state, then I would slow down our efforts here. But I definitely want to do something if the state doesn't. I'd like to hear from him first as to whether he thinks something's happening at the state level in reality. That's what we pay him for.
Right, I can call him and contact him and confirm that, but if you take a second and look at the, Miami-Dade participating committee is, it cuts federal, state, local government, and, probably half of the municipalities in Miami-Dade, as well as the League of City Presidents, so it seems like they're touching pretty much every level of government in their deliberations now because of the large group and perhaps differentiating opinions about what the correct solution might be. You know, it may get bogged down, and in that scenario, our council may want to move forward with something. But I will contact Mr. Buck and confirm what I believe is the case, which is the state will do something.
Just a couple of questions. You said you'd need more staff. That is for the actual recertification process, right? To organize.
The recertification process is really, would be through the state. I mean, really what we would be doing is processing it. You know, well, we would kind of be, all right. The state right now has a 40-year recertification right now. What we would be saying is a little more stringent. According to this Boca Raton ordinance, you do it every 10 years. So there's a 40-year at the state, which I bet is likely going to change. But we would, according to the Boca thing, we would inventory all of the commercial the condos and commercial buildings that meet the threshold building criteria. And then we would send them a letter and let them know that, number one, this is what's happening. And number two, that every 10 years, we are going into this certification. Now, what they would do, and Boca has it where they do structural engineer and electrical engineer. So it's not just the building foundation and stuff like that. It's also electrical. So and the Boca thing. So it's pretty stringent. So then really what we would do as a building department is really just have our building official review those. And of course, if any of the structural engineer or the engineers, the electrical or structural engineer comes back, then he reviews them and then he makes the determination well, this engineer will tell you what needs to be done. And then that's when the building department really comes in. So right now what we would be doing is basically processing these certifications. The building department really doesn't have a role in it other than Jack or our building official reviewing the reports from the engineers. And then if there's work that needs to be done, then the building department would come in and oversee the
I think
plans.
the question is, can we start identifying the buildings that might be impacted and
Sure.
with our existing staff? And the answer is yes, because right now, if you said have it done in 2 weeks, for our next meeting, the answer would be no. But if the answer is begin to do it while we're waiting, see what some other folks are doing, then we could do it with our existing staff.
Yes, but that's really not the point I'm kind of making. And what it is that you said there's additional work to be done, and I understand. Now, this is probably a specialized kind of staff. It could be a lot of work if these reports start coming back, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done. That's pretty specialized to be able to do
It is.
structural
Well,
things on a
that's-
high rise. And if this is, if the state dictates this, and is the state the one that's doing that, or is it still our building
No,
officials?
they're gonna probably have us do that. And John will tell you, in there lies the rub. So, right now, locally, frankly, it's not our problem because we're not involved in the process. Once we start receiving reports from somebody and have to make a value judgment on that report, now we're ingrained in the process. And if you followed all the stories about Surfside, one of the stories, and I don't know if it's true or not, but one of the stories was that the report was issued, the building official for Surfside went to that condominium association and gave a verbal report, which basically said the written report was not that bad and there's nothing really to be concerned about. And then the disaster happened. So we decide if state mandates that we have to receive the reports and process them, then there's really not much we can do about that. But if we make the voluntary decision to get involved in the process, and to the extent that some I is not dotted or some T is not crossed, and something bad happens at a building, we're going to be right in the middle of that mix. So we need to be careful about that.
So my
none of
kind of
that-
point is, I mean, I just haven't really got to my point. So, whether the state runs this or whether we run this, still the burden comes back to us to do the hard work, which is when you get a report to go through and make sure the work is done accordingly.
Well, yes and no, because if the state mandates something versus if we just create a local ordinance, you're not totally insulated as if you didn't have to do anything, but you then have the power of the state to say, well, we read this report, we want to share it with you, and we want you to tell us what you think about it. And now they're involved and engaged too, versus us being on an island by ourselves. So, in my opinion, and John may agree or disagree, but I would say that if it's a statewide program, and even if they give us certain rules or regulations to implement, to the extent we're not clear, just like John could write the Attorney General and ask for an opinion, we can contact that person at the state, whoever's in charge of the state program, if it's implemented statewide, and say, we want your opinion about this. We're not sure how to interpret it. And we can get them at least riding shotgun with us on a particular situation. So there is a little better protection under that scenario than if we go it ourselves.
This will be another great unfunded mandate. I can see it coming.
For whatever it's worth, currently the Miami-Dade County and Broward County are the two counties that have actually adopted the 40-year recertification requirement. There's discussion that Palm Beach County may or may not do it. There's some I don't want to say misleading, but contradictory statements and news articles saying that Palm Beach County does have a 40-year recertification program. No, they don't. Based upon my research, the only two counties are Broward County and Miami-Dade. So if you look at the list of the Miami-Dade County press release, virtually all the participants in this committee or this review are Miami-Dade or Broward County legislators and elected officials. What comes from that, we don't know yet. But again, there is a lot of discussion that this may be adopted at the state level, and the state would then set presumptively minimum guidelines and probably have language in there that says, you know, each municipality can potentially adopt something more restrictive if they so wish. In Miami-Dade County and in Broward County, it's at 40 years, and then every 10 years thereafter. That's the requirement for the certification. Now, ultimately, to the issue that the manager was just mentioning, then, well, what do you do with the report? Rely upon the report? Do you do an independent report? I know of a particular situation with the municipality in Broward County that predates Surfside, where there's been a determination that it's, you know, a 2-3 story apartment buildings. There's about 12 of them, and they were built in the, you know, obviously in the 1960s, and be through just use and age, the stairwells have corroded, and there's some other, you know, deficiencies to the point where, you know, the suggestion by the building official was that, you know, some of the stairwells not be used because they were, you know, there was a concern. So, the point being is, I was asked, well, what do we do now? And I said, well, you essentially have three options. You, as a building official, you independently determine the structures are unsafe, and you order to vacate them. Two, you take the case before the Broward County Unsafe Structures Board, because that's the entity in Broward County that's responsible for making those determinations. And you have the Broward County Unsafe Structures Board make a determination that in fact the building is unsafe and needs to be vacated or other corrective action. Or three, you simply rely upon the report of the engineer, which, oh, by the way, the engineer said they're okay. They're not in the best condition, but there's no imminent failure. So, you know, whatever this municipality does, or whatever the county does, or whatever the state does, there's still going to be some of those local issues that are going to have to be dealt with. And, you know, my educated guess is that there will be something at the state level because of the importance and the number of, just frankly, of condominium buildings and structures out there that are, you know, in Florida that are 40 years and older. And then it just is going to become an issue of implementation. There's already I think it's the newspaper in the Fort Lauderdale area is already running a series of articles about how, well, yeah, how many 40-year-old buildings are out there and how many have actually gone through the certification process. So there's going to be a lot of pressure to potentially do something, and if it is adopted, then actually make it work the way that theoretically it's designed to work, because there are many out there saying it's not working the way it was intended to.
You're saying there is no state statute for 40
The
years?
Florida Building Code, unless the building official knows differently, it's only at in Broward County and in Miami-Dade County, I'm aware of.
There's nothing that we do or don't do, or the state does or doesn't do, doesn't preclude the individual condominium associations themselves from going forward and having these inspections done and having engineers come out and inspect their buildings. And I'm sure a lot of those conversations are being held right now. And I'm sure that there will be some of them that will opt into that themselves. They'll be ready once the law comes down. Oh, I think we're,
Yeah, the other thing, Mr. Mayor, I think you and probably many members of the council are aware of this. There is a sort of an informal condominium association on the island already. That meets typically during season, a couple times during season. So as we get closer to season, we could sit down with them and also, you know, gather their thoughts and see what approach they're thinking about individually, and we could bring that information back to town council to help you with your deliberations.
that'll certainly minimize the town staff time in doing it, because you can just ask them right there who was built 81 or before, and they'll have it right there.
I think Ron, is Ron an DC Solar guy with that?
He was,
I'll reach out to him and see if he's
it's a good
still
idea.
involved in what their upcoming plans are.
I do have some concerns. You know, if the state were to say adopt a 10-year recertification process, sounds like it would, well, first off, be a really good time to be a structural engineer in Florida, but it seems like the rush to get this done would be like, you know, Elvis and Costello in a doorway. If the state does something that's fairly strict over the entire state, it just seems like it's a logistical nightmare to try to get all that done any kind of timely manner.
Counselor, I think the issue, you know, I mean, obviously there's a cost to the condominium buildings to get the engineer to come in and do the assessment. But as far as I know, in the case of Surfside, that wasn't really the problem. The problem was they had the assessment report and then they didn't take actions on the deficiencies for a variety, perhaps, of reasons. And I think, you know, if the state or we or anyone were to look at this, that's the part you kind of have to deal with, because, you know, a competent licensed engineers, I could put their license on the line. They could come in and say, I found X, Y, and Z, and these are the remedial measures I recommend. That's dropped in the lap, I guess, of the condominium board president and the board, and says, okay, go ahead and start a special assessment if you haven't collected enough money, you know, in dues from your members and to deal with these issues. And that's where it sort of gets, that's, I guess, where the real politics are. I see one of the councilors who live in the condo is smiling. And I think that's what kind of happened they couldn't make a decision on how to deal with this in Surfside. It's got pushed back and pushed back, and people were saying, well, I'm gonna live here for 5 or 7 years and let the guy who buys it from me deal with this problem and whatever, and those types of mentalities. They just pushed it too far. So it's not only, how frequent the inspections or whether they're electrical structure or only structural or electrical and other trades. Moreover, once the report is issued, what happens next? And then if the condominium doesn't take appropriate action, what happens? So I think that's where the more difficult element of this will come to play.
I think you'll have more people from the condominium associations taking action now than before, because they've actually seen it with their own eyes, what
They want
happened.
to protect their investments, obviously.
They want to protect their families. They're going to have their children in there, their grandchildren, maybe their great-grandchildren. They don't want them at the bottom of a pile of rubble. So I have a feeling that all these responsible condominium associations now will take this very seriously and do what they have to do. Anyhow, any other questions, comments?
What I would like to hear, I'd like to hear from some of the people who are, some of these condo associations and some of the people who live in condos, what they think. These are the people who are more affected, and, anybody who's out there listening, you can email us to council@fmbgov.com, and let us know if you feel safe, if you think that the town should intervene in this and to make sure that everything's done consistently across the board and not dependent on the politics of a particular condo association.
Well, to that end, it's sort of a quick and dirty approach might be we have some kind of condominiums that have individual meters, but clearly the ones that have a master water meter, identify those probably pretty quickly, and multifamily buildings or whatever, and begin to get that list, then go back and look at when they were originally built or when the last major renovation is, because that's more of a records type search. So we can start that process, as long as you understand that if we do it with our existing staff, it's going to take a little time.
You're probably driving a car with somebody in about an hour and identify most of them.
I would think probably, I would be surprised if less than half of the people who live on the island are not in a building that would be affected by this criteria.
Okay. Anything else? All right. Well, there'll be plenty more to talk about with that, I'm sure.
The direction we're essentially giving staff is just to try to give us a number on what we're dealing with, how many.
And I'll reach out to Ron Book as well as Ron Landisi, and who's sort of the leader of this condominium group, and see if when they're planning a meeting.
Right.
Okay, I think that takes us to Jason Green and our consultant.
Morning, Jason Green, Community Development. We're here to present to you some updates on the comprehensive plan and land development regulations, but also just to kind of get some feedback and start this, drilled down conversation about some of the directions that we're going. With a comprehensive plan, there's always some easy, low hanging fruit to change. There's policies that really don't say anything. Those are things that we can pick up on. But there's some structural layout issues, and also some of the big picture. I think Council Hasselhoff said be bold at some of these things. So we want to have those conversations. And I know not affordable housing, but workforce housing and affordability has come up. So we want to address some of those issues off the top. So I'm going to introduce our consultant here. If you could come, and here's your presentation. And then I think we're also going to kind of into this at the end. We'll also talk about a little bit of height and scale and stuff related to design criteria.
Council member, thank you for having me here today. Don't remember my name. It's Eddie Ning. I'm with the Corradino Group. I'm the Vice President of Planning and your project manager from the consultant side for the project. I had the problem last time too. All right. Here we go. Today I want to go over a plan structure and format, building affordability, because, and I'll explain a little bit more in depth when we get those slides, because it does affect a lot of the other decisions we have to make in terms of policy recommendation, including future land use, and so forth. And it really does start from some of the core problem that we see with housing affordability and what solutions are. Because if you go one way, we would amend suggest amendment for the future plan use a certain way. But if you say, hey, let's not do this, this, or this, then we have to think really critically about the future land use and the transportation element a lot differently. So that's why we want to lead off with that. And I'll explain that in a little bit more in detail when we get to that slide. After that, tying also into this, looking at our Main Street and commercial development approach, you have to push the envelope a bit. It does tie back into the issues of density, of looking where, the community design. It does also tie back in some respect to housing and density in the land use. We also wanted to give you an update on recent state legislation. As you may be aware, the governor signed into the legislature's passed 275 pieces of legislation this past session. The governor signed into law 270 of them, 14 of them at minimum, a little bit more than that, but 14 that we wanted to focus on various aspects in the review, because it does affect your planning operation or comprehensive plan. And I have a couple of slides on some of the more critical ones for review today as well. And then lastly, as I previously mentioned, we do want to come back to you because we need a bit more direction on some of the needs and so forth. And so with the plan structure and format, comprehensive plan as written is very bulky. It isn't easy to read, it isn't user friendly. And because of the way it's written, there's actually, you can tell that there were some updates over time, but the narrative doesn't always match up to what the policy. So the narrative leading you down a certain direction on what you think the policy direction would be, and then you read the actual policies in some areas, and you're like, well, that's not the conclusion I would have drawn from the narrative or the data. And it is the result of update to comprehensive plan generally being partial in nature, but there is an actual disconnect that has occurred over time. And to agree, you respect that because the comprehensive plan is now 22 years old. But the data and text does require a holistic approach to do it, to deal with it as a catch-all. We do want to note that in other cities, what we do is we actually separate the data portion that you currently have written in the narrative into a separate volume. And that way, council is not in the business of approving data, rather letting staff update the data and then letting the, really just honing back to council being the folks who make the policy decision and ask staff to follow the decision, the policy direction appropriately. Data, as I mentioned, data can change. The reverse isn't true. Change in policy intent should be supported by data and vision. That's one of the key reasons why we want to really take a close look at the structure, the format, and really just overall even how the way it reads. We would suggest splitting the comprehensive plan into two volumes for readability. Volume 1 would begin with the vision and really encompass the principles and the goals, the objectives, and then the specific policies to carry out those objectives. At the council, you would adopt Volume 1 because those are the policies. Volume 2 would not be adopted, but would be a supplemental report that will be updated by staff as needed over time with new information. Now, the state does require a specific element have updated data on a 10-year basis. Specifically, they have to deal with housing and transportation. The housing portion, what the state DEO does is it looks at your potential future growth and your existing amount of density and whether or not you can accommodate that. We actually had an instance with another community where about 6,000 people where their their density did not actually, it couldn't support a build out for their population growth. So the DEO actually knocked the plan back, and we had to go back to the future land use and actually amend to increase the density of certain land uses in the area to accommodate that growth. But it's a matter of policy and not, we kept those separate there to adopt the policies. Staff helped update the data to help council make the appropriate decisions.
Interrupt, but in just some context, there's sometimes the elements, those are the chapters of the comprehensive plan. You've got 35 pages of story, vision, data and analysis that you've got to scroll through before you even get to the goals, objectives, and policies. And so that's really what we're talking about for more usability, friendly approaches so that we can get to the policies that we're trying to implement in the land.
There's time anymore.
So you want to really get through the vision, the principles of what you're kind of accomplish as a community, really straight up front and easy to understand format. This also means that some of the elements require streamlining as well. When we were reading through community design element write-up, there are portions of it that are actually your actual general overall vision for your community. And in the general portion, the introduction in the beginning, but it's in a subset of one element where it's pretty much lost in there. You refer to it, it's there, but it really is something overarching, and it isn't built into your comprehensive plan as an overarching item, and that structurally makes it a little bit more difficult to follow. I think, when we rewrote some of the other comprehensive plans, for example, we overhauled all of Fort Lauderdale's comprehensive plan. It was 300-something pages, and at the end of the day, it was 160-something pages. But what the important part of that streamlining was, you could read the first page of each element, and you could understand what the city was trying to achieve. And from there, understand the goals, the objectives, and how the policy could achieve those objectives. It made for better governmental transparency. It's a lot easier for the average. So when we look at this plan structure and format, we would like direction to proceed on revising the plan accordingly and set the format to make it a lot easier to manage from both the public side and from staff side as well. Pause there for a second.
Does council have any questions about sort of reorganizing the plan to, based on the opinion of the consultant and Jason, to make it a little easier and user-friendly for staff and others to deal with, versus our current plan, which by comparison is more complex?
I don't have a question, I just say it sounds like a good idea to me. The word bulky is probably a minimal description of it. I found it difficult to work with from the very beginning, and so something along these lines sounds like a good idea to me, that it would be easier to get to what you really need.
And I think some of the theme that you hear today is exactly that. There's, I've been here about 4 years, and there's some things that I've heard are untouchable, so to speak. And so some of these are the things we want to make sure we flesh out, that we're not going to lose some of that vision, rewritten and redrafted, but, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, but there's policies that are unwritten policies in some of these vision statement stories that need to be turned into policies. You can't implement those, and you can't use them as criteria for your recommendations or approvals, decision-making, unless they're part of the goals, objective policies. So just trying to make it more clear and use. From a reprinting standpoint, it makes it light years ahead of being able to, just want to be able to manage it well.
That's exactly, thank you, Jason, for that. That's a great clarifying point. I was mentioning the disconnect, that's where a good deal of the disconnect is, because you have stuff written in your, in the narrative, but like Jason said, it's not in your goals, objectives, or policies. Those need to be transferred out. The easiest way really is to separate the two volume, take the data out, because once you strip that away, we know what the data is. Staff will know what the data is, and the council will know what the data is, because staff will provide that in order to help you make the policy decision the way you want to move forward. But when it's all mixed together in such a way, it's a lot more difficult to tease out what those policies are. Major conditions, areas, concerns. We not only took a look back to the survey, which had 167 responses, which is a decent number for a community the size of Fort Myers Beach, but they were actually, I know they were concerned about the structure, the format of the survey the last time I was here. We actually relied a lot more on the open-ended responses in order to see what were on people's minds. And then we mixed that with our review. And these items that you see before you are really items that we would bring to you as what we read as priorities. And we ask for your feedback on whether we hit the mark on those. Down the line, housing affordability, workforce and affordable housing, commercial corridor development. Right now, we have pretty much two anchors on each side of the island. We want to make sure that we maintain a quality of life here, but it also means that we want people to be able to access their local service a certain way. There's also issues that we see with how one the district is structured, where essentially it's, unless you rezone it, it kind of stuck. I'll explain a bit more of that later in the presentation. Traffic and the ability to park, actually, since you are a community that people visit, it is a destination. I mentioned that last time, it was a great destination, but that comes with issues. The third issue, sea level rise, and the need for vulnerability assessment, which did also touches upon utilities, items like undergrounding. I'll cover that actually also later on, because there's a new piece of legislation that may help with that, and how to think about some potential directives that council could give staff. Obviously, community design, we hear about height, we hear about the look, though it's not just the density, it's the height, it's the facade. It's also tied back into sea level rise and adaptation. How do you deal with freeboarding when you do freeboarding? There's a little slide and a little chart in there where we ran an evaluation, and you'll see how many houses are affected with each successive foot of sea level rise, up to that 9,000 units that you have, 9,000 plus units that you have here. And of course, there's also really a need to really go back and provide for the comprehensive plan a policy that will give better direction in the LDR on the coastal construction line and what we do on the beachfront side. The town's invested heavily in the past in ensuring that we have beach nourishment, and it's a great natural resource. But there are also things that happen here for a matter of nature, shifting dunes and so forth, that really kind of wreak a little bit of havoc on your LDR as applied. Of course, tying back to housing affordability, rental housing regulations are high on the list. That's something that we saw through the survey as well. And from the fact that you're a coastal barrier community, build back regulations and what you do on a pre, during, and post emergency basis is very important. And looking at the regulations as well as the policies, we felt that it could be a lot more flushed out in terms of especially the pre on the build back portions. But these, from a general scan across the entire comprehensive plan, these were pretty much the most major conditions or areas of concern that we felt should be or could be immediately addressed. I also want to take a second now, step back and ask, are any of these wrong? And are there any other items in addition to this that we should be pegging a little bit further?
Eddie, first of all, thanks for being here this morning. I just want to emphasize a couple things. You're looking for policies, vision, goals, specificity, objectives. It's all admirable. We've talked a little bit about, or I talk about this beach renaissance, the Fort Myers Beach renaissance that's occurring both in the public sector and the private sector. And I think there really are three threats to that renaissance, three major threats. There's a lot of minor threats as well. And number one is water quality. And I think we ought to at least have a vision statement. I know it's not really something from a comprehensive plan standpoint that you can have a lot of specificity about, but at least we can have a vision or a goal about the importance of water quality for our island. I don't think that's on your list. But I think with respect to specificity, the other one would be COVID. And of course, we're not sure where that's headed at this point, and I'm not sure how you could really address that in a comprehensive plan. But the third one, I think, and it's this island continues to become more and more successful over the next few years, which I really believe it will be, is this traffic congestion issue. I think we need to declare war on traffic congestion. I think we have a unique situation here with you and Jason and our town attorney and our town manager who have extensive experience in other communities around the state of Florida. This is the time to be bold on this issue, because if you live on the island and you talk to folks that have been around here for a long while, their response to the traffic congestion, it's always been a problem. You're never going to be able to do anything about it. And I don't accept that premise. I do agree it's a challenging problem. But I think this is where your exposure to other communities, what they've done creatively, outside the box, might even be controversial. I'm thinking of things like pedestrian overpass bridges, like we're seeing with Margaritaville. We may want to see more of those. We may want to see pedestrian railings so we can channel pedestrians from preventing them from crossing. John, the other day, just explained how difficult it is to prosecute somebody for jaywalking. Well, if we had some railings along some really frequented pedestrian areas that channeled them to the crosswalks, parking apps that let you know where parking spots are available, even if the town has to facilitate those for private vendors. I think this is the time to sort of really to elevate our game on the traffic congestion issue. We should look at additional mass transit options. We've got with the new Estero Boulevard development, we've got new walking and biking options. We need to look at ways to be more creative with the parking lots that we currently have and how to utilize them better. So this is an area, again, the sort of best practices. What are other communities doing? Again, Roger and John and Jason have the same exposure to other communities around the state. This is the time to challenge the sort of thinking on the island that there's nothing we can do about traffic congestion. It's unacceptable. People are not going to, it's getting to the point where it's getting rough outside of season, which again, nice problem to have, but this concept, there's nothing we can do about it. I don't buy it. And will we ever completely solve it? No, but it can get better. It must get better. And I think it's your challenge to challenge the sort of conventional thinking on this island that we can do more and we can do better on that front. So I encourage you to push that further. And again, utilize this diverse team that's around you who also has a lot of experience in other communities. You've got to be bold on that issue, because I'm telling you, the success of this island, we're seeing it in the property values, which are increasing, and people are staying here now in June, July, God bless them, and August. So we need to be bold on that front and give us options for the future from a zoning perspective and from other policy perspectives that give us the freedom to choose some of these bold steps should we choose to take them. So that's my diatribe. I'll clam up, but I just wanted to make sure that I imparted that upon you.
I think those are important comments because, frankly, many of those issues are addressed but unaddressed in the current comprehensive plan. And I'll take and Eddie can touch on the others, but water quality. I was preparing a memo for the LPA for next week because they asked about level of service and the 5-year capital improvement plan that we look at in June for you guys to do as part of your budget and all these other things. What is level of service for these different categories? Parks and recreation, water, sewer, solid waste, all those things that we have to adopt in a comprehensive plan. What are they and what do they mean? So as I was going through that, I was looking at the water quality issue, came across stormwater, and the town originally adopted a preliminary, and actually is calls it a temporary level of service for stormwater. And it says through master planning and by 2010 and by these other dates, it shall create a townwide level of water quality and how they're going to treat it and how we're going to preserve and we're going to monitor it. Some of those things have gotten, I think we've done the master plan. I know that you've done some work on the side streets and stuff, but there's nothing in the comp plan that sets those levels of service moving forward. And they're, 18 years or 20 years old at this point, 22 years old. So to your point, exactly that is, it started out as, yes, this is what we want to do. In the last 20 years, we haven't moved to that next step. And it's good to hear you say that because we need to do that. That's what the intent is, to move forward on that.
And then on the other 2 points, in terms of COVID, we actually, another comprehensive plan, and it was probably one of the first in the state. What I did was, I actually calculated in the terms of public health. And then so from there, not specific, because every health situation, public health situation is a little bit different. But what we wanted in those policy as guidance was, what should staff be doing? The one thing staff should be doing, first and foremost, is coordinating information so that proper decisions can be made based on the information available. So what we did was begin with drafting policy that looked at staff coordination of information from sources at the CDC on how we report, so that from an administrative standpoint, there was they established the framework by which decisions could be made based on the available information. Not something that's in really most, if not all, the comp plans in the state. When we put those policies in earlier this year, actually, again, for Fort Lauderdale, we actually went back and amended the comp plan to include those policies. And certainly, that's something that we had thought of here. If it's something that the council wishes for us to explore further, we do have a draft framework. We will have to pare it down based on specific resources available for the community, because it needs to be a workable policy based on staff resources, but we can explore the public health aspect of this a little further. So we've done this before. I have one of the first policy sets in the state for it, so we'll explore that a little further based on the comments.
Before you move on, just want to, because one thing that came to me, and actually after listening to Councilman Adderhilt here, is there seems to be a lot of things that we're talking about here that are really beyond our control. Things like, say, rental housing regulations. I mean, we're pretty much preempted from doing almost anything in like vacation rentals. Traffic is largely based on what happens, I think, in the county. I mean, because I know a lot of the suggestions you made, I don't know if they're particularly the ones I would make, but to me, like something like that, the paradigm should be changing the county's mindset from delivering cars to the island to delivering people to the island, and increasing parking spaces pretty much means more cars. Fill those parking spaces. But see, a lot of this is based on things that we have no control over. Even things like some of our building, FEMA, that's a lot of the rules about how these buildings go up. So the question is, how much do we put in our comp plan about things that we don't really have any control over?
Well, I think, Counselor, I think one of the things that we have to challenge ourselves to do is, we don't get very many, big projects that you can start, sort of implementing conditions on. But when we do get them, we need to look for opportunities, and whether those are off-island parking opportunities, whether that's affordable housing opportunities, whether that's, less vehicles on the road opportunities, less driveway cuts. I mean, all of those things collectively affect what Councilor Adderholt and many of you have been saying. But when the individual applicant is here, and, the project sounds good, and we want to foster redevelopment, it's very challenging to ourselves to try and hold to those. So we just have to challenge ourselves to understand that while a project comes in that's good, and we want to see redevelopment, we also have to make sure that we're contemplating the other issues, because that project will be there for 25, 30, 40, 50 years. So we have to try to understand how we can best absorb that project within the confines of being on a barrier island.
I have a comment that's kind of completely outside of this discussion.
Before you go there, could I just follow up on Councilor Veach? I was talking about creative off-island parking is what I was thinking about, but I wanted Eddie to comment on have you seen anything in your work we're not doing on the traffic congestion front that could be creative and innovative that you could suggest this morning that you've seen, or do you want to take some time to study it, or what do you think?
In comparison to other similar situations, like for example, my work Keep It Gain, Island Road and other places, I would say that everyone has similar issues of not tracking their parking that you mentioned. That's an easy solvable item. But there is also a lack of transit and sometimes a lack of thought on how the world is evolving in terms of where people work. I mean, COVID exposed a lot of the fact that people work remotely. So you're not in the service industry where you have to be at the physical location. There are certain dynamics that are changing. Codes are currently not structured for that. And one of the slides I talk about, one of the bullet points is about mixed use, about thinking about your density, about thinking about how there's the interrelatedness between housing and where you put your offices, live, work, play situations. That'll all come to play. I don't see a lot of island communities doing that, but they should be thinking about that. Do you have, generally a population that, if you're living on an island in Florida, you're pretty affluent at the numbers will tell you. But
I think we can definitely bring, you have your vision and all these things, and we can definitely promote these concepts through those documents and those statements. But what it really comes down is the applicability to building project. And how do you apply it, and how do you deal with the fact that you tell somebody that we want to up our parking requirement, and that's going to cost you more money, you get that pushback. So we can do that. The words on the page and follow through implementation,
And that's the debate we need to have, Roger. We need to, what costs are we going to impose on the parking vendors, or what public good do we see in reducing? Is the public good high enough to enhance the desire of the town to expend its own funds? Maybe we put special meters or technology in the private lots that allow us to send folks to the vacant lots, and the folks, and to deter them from going to the full lots, and therefore driving around blocking. I mean, is that high enough? Is that a high enough public good that we want to warrant spending public funds on it because it benefits the greater good? And that's a conversation I think we need to have, particularly on this parking technology, because the technology is there. I think Eddie will tell you, and that's something we need to determine. What cost does the town play a role, and what cost do we impose on private parking vendors? But I think it's a conversation we need to have.
So
And I don't know the answer.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things, so I think you're right, Counselor, and I think there's simple things that to say to somebody that, hey, you come to Fort Myers Beach by public transportation instead of by your car, I'm going to do X for you, whatever X is.
I think that's another really good point. Yeah.
So, I think there are things that we could be doing to encourage that, and yeah, there are the people who always want to park, 2 inches from the front door wherever they're going, and we're probably not going to affect those people. There are other people who perhaps say, hey, we get more people to come by public transportation, that means we get more people here, you have more customers, and maybe we work with them to have some type of discounted program or, or whatever for those people that, hey, if you bring us your receipt for public transportation, X, I don't know, 2-for-1 sodas or whatever it is. So that collectively all helps. Because we know the width of the bridges are not basically changing anytime soon. The lane capacity along Estero Boulevard is not changing now that the road construction project is pretty much is what it is. We have a lot of existing limiting factors. But, so now we have to say, okay, within those limiting factors, what can we do? And hopeful committees like the Public Safety Committee and others, as they get past some of the current issues that are on their plate, can move into those discussions along with our LPA and us, try to put ourselves up better prospectively for the next 25 years.
Agree.
And to that point, in your 1999 adopted comprehensive plan, you have that conversation. It's in there. It talks about, it has a picture of a parking sign. Lot A has 150 spaces available. And it talked about implementing that. It talked about using small lots because large lots and potentially decks can be complicated with residential uses next to it and might not like that, but using small lots placed appropriately around your commercial corridors, and Eddie's going to get into that whole change of, but land use matters. It talks about that, but they're not policies, not direction. And frankly, before I got here, they also went in the opposite direction and made it harder to get local small lots. Now, the reason I think was because they were ugly and not well maintained, but that's a design issue. That's a standards, I think is what Roger was talking about, issue. Making them do more on the lot, you made it harder to get it, not necessarily fix the issue, which was being in visibility and that sort of thing. So I think there's different ways we can address that and really implement what the comp plan was talking about. But again, they didn't put it in policies, so it makes it harder to do that.
I love the conversation. I'm sorry, Madam Vice Mayor, please go ahead. I just thought we needed to close that out a little bit more, flesh that out a little
Now
bit.
I've got
And
to
we're gonna
jump in
talk
on
about
what he just said. Prior council may have made it harder, but what they were trying to do was get rid of temporary lots, which were horrible eyesores. So maybe we didn't do it the right way, but we were trying to accomplish something positive in doing that.
So I have to comment on that. So I think the council did the right thing because they had a problem and they were trying to fix it, so they allowed the temporary lots. And that was the right thing to do, but what happens sometimes is, you stop the bleeding and then you move on and you don't really say, okay, now that we have the temporary lots, what's the next step? And that part got delayed for a little bit.
Understood.
I think that was the right decision to set up the temporary lots because you had the bleeding and you had to do something.
There's a lot of really good first steps that have been taken over the years, and that second step that's needed.
We're not good with follow-through.
Well,
Now,
we'll get there.
I want to kind of back up. I like all of these. Before we deal with any of these, my number one thing that we need to do with the comprehensive plan is we need to look at the structural part of the plan, which is why I like the dividing into two parts thing. But LDC, I'm speaking to both the LDC and the comprehensive plan now. The organization is horrible. If you go in and try to look for something, you can't find it. So number one, before we do any of these areas, we need to look at the organization. Number two, it's repetitive. So we need to look at the entire thing before we do any of this stuff and take out things that are repeated over and over again. And third is conflicts. We have definitions in there that disagree with each other throughout. So all of these are great, but the first thing we've got to do is look at the plan organically, structurally, all of those things. Because if we address these and we can't find what we're looking for, A, B, there's conflicting definitions, then you can't enforce anything. So I just want to stress that, yes, I like all of these, but we really need to look at making that plan better in the way it functions.
You have a lot of land development code type language in your comprehensive plan,
Yes.
and that's partly because you adopted that first, and you worked on the code.
Right.
And then, to your exact point, you have land development code language that copied that comp plan, but then changed it slightly. So even if you edit that code, you still got the comp plan that's very specific type thing. Disaster build back is a perfect example of that. Changes in the LDC to the text that's in the comp plan, so it creates those conflicts.
Right.
Absolutely, that's a number one priority to
And being able to
get rid
find
of-
stuff.
Get rid of land development code style stuff that's in the comp plan, save it for the LDC. And the LDC should be implementing the comp plan. And simple.
I think the best news I'm hearing today is a willingness of the council to reorganize the plan, because if it's, so go in there and apply Band-Aids to the existing plan would be direction today, we wouldn't be carrying the very many valid issues that the vice mayor mentions by basically saying, go ahead in there and really reorganize it and streamline it. We have that opportunity to not cut and paste the same language in two places. Once we cut and insert it in one place, to then look at the words themselves and make sure that they're clear, concise, streamlined, and not repeated elsewhere. You refer back to another place, also see policy XYZ, but don't repeat the language. People are of the opinion, well, repeat the language so you don't have to go back and go back to another reference point. But the problem then is over time, those two sections get inconsistent. So I'm very happy to hear that the council is willing to do this restructuring because that will create the greatest opportunity for cleanup.
Well, one of the words that I use all the time when I'm trying to go through it is it's clunky. It's very, when something originally was drafted, and then all the changes that have come through the years with different councils and different attorneys and different managers, it becomes very difficult to find when a change happened. Is this going to address any of that? Because I was just looking something up the other day, and there was no less than 10 changes to it, and there was no real succession of how you got to that change. It
Are
was
you talking about the comp plan or the LDC? Well,
LDC.
right, so to that point, the comp plan's been left almost untouched. LDC's been manipulated and changed and lots of, changes here and there. And that's, I think, the root of the problem is you had a plan with no LDC, get the LDC to try to implement it. And we've really that's why I said there's some things that have been told to me that are sacred, right? So I think that's Roger's point. This is a great conversation because you've undone some of this sacredness and we can fix it the way it's supposed to and pull things out of it that don't belong there. But again, there's been very few changes to the comp plan. That's part of the issue.
Yeah, and
Fix that.
yeah, and I think, I think a lot of that is once you spend the time of effort to do what we're about to do, then there's a need going forward in terms of, so let's say that we come to a point down the road where we want to change something. So there's two techniques. One is take section 23 and eliminate it in its entirety and replace it with this. Well, that creates a scenario that you're talking about where things get lost over time versus strike through and insert. Then you could find a document that tracks the changes. So that self-discipline that we'll have to impose upon ourselves after we get the plan done to help someone who's sitting here 10 years down the road not make the exact same comment you made.
So let's let Eddie keep going because there's a bunch of stuff to hit on. I think from your conversation, it sounds like, I think.
Before you release them, I just have a couple of things. I wanted to not interrupt the train of thought here, but one thing is, as long as, when you're going through this reorganization and structural changes are all good and fine, when you come up with an ambiguity or an inconsistency that needs resolution, then it comes back to the council to decide which of the options are really the one that's supposed to be there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, let's be, about 40 to 50% of your comp plans are checking the boxes of what, checking the boxes of what state law requires, 30% of what state law requires to have in your plan. The rest of it is local decisions on timing of things, these special policies you want to implement, and what your vision is.
And the other thing I'd like to make sure that's addressed is the importance of nature, both to nature's sake, but for our visitors and our residents and the business that it brings. Because having a healthy island is not just water, but it's about the birds and the turtles and the crabs and the dolphins and the manatees. To have that addressed in the way people understand that it's taking care of the nature on the island, it's a good business decision.
Savit, just so everyone understands, as Eddie and his team goes forward, they're going to be drafting elements by picking up elements from the existing things and just reorganizing them, but then there'll be new language. And all of those changes will go through the LPA for their input and comments to you. And then, we could be in a situation where they're in agreement with us. We could be in a situation where they're not in agreement with us, and you'll deal with those issues and perhaps accept their recommendation, our recommendation, or come up with your own recommendation.
move on to a little bit of overview on housing affordability. Workforce affordable housing is something I've heard here before, and which we heard during the surveys. I want to give at first a little bit of background on what we see from a data standpoint, and also what some solutions other places may have, and what some of ours could be, and some of the direction here actually does affect thinking about density and so forth. So affordable workforce housing, then look at AMI, workforce housing, depending on source, 60 to 120% or 60 to 140% of the area median income. For statistical area standpoint, for the record, that hovers in a range of about $48,000 per year for household here, except, you know, if you look at Fort Myers Beach, your according to the census, your AMI is in the $70,000 range. So you all have a higher average and a higher area median income than the rest of the region. It's also a symptom of a lack of affordable housing here as well. When we look at affordable housing, it includes considerations of housing at the percentage of income. If you're over 30%, you're cost burdened. If your household is spending more than 50% of its household income, you're severely cost burdened, and both of these situations does happen. Average monthly housing cost here is about $1,449. The median homeowner cost is $1,592, and the median rent is $728.
Oh, wait, whoa, whoa.
These numbers don't seem right.
Very different. Because
Where's that number coming from? That
I
128 sounds extremely low.
Remember, the statistical area is big, census blocks and stuff are bigger than our island, so it's hard to drill down. We know that on the island, it's much higher than that, and that highlights the point that we're talking about. This takes into areas, because you can only drill down to the.
There isn't a census area for just the island?
you have about 6 census blocks, but once you get to certain blocks versus tract, the data gets a little bit funky when you drill
'cause
down.
I was our representative of the census, and I was under the impression that we were our own area.
We pulled the data from the H&T Index, the Center for Neighborhood Technology, which uses the census block as the basis. When we typed in Fort Myers Beach, this is what it spit out based on the available census data. Of course, the caveat to this is the census data is only as good as what the survey input is, but
We recognize it.
We can
You're gonna
recognize-
have
yeah.
heartburn over that, but
Okay, as long as you recognize it, it's not very useful data, though. If we recognize it's not useful, I don't know why we're really looking at it.
I actually think that the fact that it seems lower is actually a warning sign, because if you were to take the median rent right there at $728, and then you could backtrack that on 30% of a household income, and then you take on top of that what people have to make after taxes, if it's before taxes, the gross income, to meet that and hit less than 30%, you're looking at in the range of about $30,000 a year for your household income. If it's 1592, the median homeowner cost, which would probably peg more towards the average based on what you're saying, you're looking at $60,000 to $70,000 a household income just to make rent, and keep under the threshold. What that means, if you backtrack that, is for affordability, you're looking at about someone who needs to make at least $16 to $17 an hour, if I'm doing the math correctly in my head. So that's significant.
The numbers you've got there for owner-occupied and renter-occupied just don't ring true to me as well.
And 77% of all housing on the island is based on the census data is owner occupied. 23% is renter occupied.
I'd say that's way off.
That's what we got from the census tracts.
I wonder if you
So we'll
count
take
like
a
some
look
of
at
the
it
condos
again.
that are restricted, if that, their units.
I share the same concern as the vice mayor with these numbers. If these numbers are not accurate, one, why are we looking at them? And two, if we are looking at them, it's just setting us up for failure from the beginning.
I would say that this is just for informational purposes. From the standpoint of what you're pegging in terms of policy, those tend to be really slightly independent when it comes to housing policy. But if you're saying that these numbers are low and this already indicates the problem, then if they're higher, then you definitely got a problem.
And we definitely have a
We
problem.
definitely have a problem.
Yes, we know that. We're trying to
Yeah.
establish a baseline. And what the baseline tells us is that the average household is spending at least, some households are spending more, but households are at minimum, on average, spending about 36% of their income. Some will be spending more. This is based on an average. When you combine the housing and transportation aspect, because people do trade it off, you have households spending about 61% of their household income on housing and transportation. As a policy goal, and we don't have one in the plan, it's more of a new thing to kind of pushing the envelope type thing. Your target comp plan goal should be about less than 45% combined for these costs. That's what's for a healthy household like budget, that's what they really should be spending on housing and transportation. That has an effect on the economy as well, because anything that's not tied up toward rent or gas is used on other items, food, clothing, so forth. We would say that part of what we have done in other cities is actually establish that goal so that staff can monitor and continue to provide policies based on existing evolving conditions to move toward that goal and use this as the backup.
I don't know how we would monitor that if the only data we can get is so far off.
The data that's the most applicable is
So we haven't had to do that in other communities I've been in, and we should have, right? So I don't know yet. I don't know the answer to your question, Emily, which is I'll have to look at it and learn from
I was
that.
just saying, it doesn't seem to, I like the idea of setting a goal, but it doesn't make much sense to set a goal if we can't get accurate data.
Right, and also, what are you gonna do with that information, right? So ultimately, is that come to you and say, out of sorts, and sometimes the market is the market, right? So those are the headwinds that we have to face, figure out what is government's role in that, if any. But I think it's more of a red flag type thing of, are we spending enough on transit? Are we spending enough on other ulterior options? Those types of things. It's more of a benchmark for anything.
And that's how we set it in other places too. If say your housing costs are high, well, also look at your affordable housing program. Are there grants available that aren't being tapped? If they're actually assistance. In some communities, they're like, oh, we have an affordable housing problem, but they don't do anything about it. They have a plan, and the plan's been sitting on the shelf for years, and it's updated every 5 years as required, but they don't actually carry out any part of the plan. So there's that aspect as well of affordable housing. On this here, we're pretty built out. There's a high demand price index for the region. So all together in short, looking at the price indexes, we pulled it from Fred, which is what the Fed use. It's the real estate index. When we look at it, between 1990 and 1999, when the comp plan was first written, prices only increased about 20% in those 10 years. Comparatively, since 2011 is when, after the bubble, when the prices started recovering in specific to Fort Myers, the MSA, the Cape Coral, Fort Myers statistical area, prices have increased about 142%. And even though I'm mentioning all this in a regional market standpoint, Fort Myers Beach is a desirable beachfront community, and it generally commands a higher price point. If we see the trend line, we don't expect it to change anytime soon. I know that people are like, is it a bubble? At this point in time, we just have to really base this off of available information, and that's what the price index for housing in the region has been since a little bit before 1985. I think it's 1980. That's where this data comes from the Federal Housing Finance Agency. We know that price continues to rise. It's already not affordable. So what can we do about it? Generally, the general overall policies look to both the demand side and supply side. From the supply side, you're looking at encouraging new development or redevelopment or infill development. This requires available space to build, either empty lots or allowing for redevelopment at a higher density. Right now, you have a trend where people are buying multiple lots and building bigger houses, which in some degree, you're kind of reducing density of a single-family house, and they have more common area, and so you're reducing the density in that standpoint. But if you regulate lots in the standpoint of just a single lot, you'll get a lower density over time. So you might have to consider an area-wide density. That's what I would suggest as something that we want to explore a lot further, looking at clearing out parts of the island and thinking about density not from a single lot standpoint but more from a neighborhood area density standpoint, which is a very different structure. I know you asked me to kind of challenge the status quo a bit. That's one of the things I want to take a look better close at. We also have to look better at mixed use. Even with a small Main Street type of development, you can always have an apartment building right above, like a corner store. Our current regulations here don't really provide for that very well. Insurance, rental supply, I know that left in there. Restricting short-term rentals has been something that other places do, but there's a lot of preemption at the state level with state regulations that have to be navigated now. A lot from the supply side, putting forward granny flat or accessory dwelling units or efficiency units are something that other communities have used. Now, the application here is limited in some degree because of how your lots are built out. So when people are putting their pools in the front yard, you don't really have a space for detached building. So here in Fort Myers Beach, we would actually have to think about this a bit differently. And that difference is conversion rate within when you're redoing the inside of the house. What regulations are there to provide for that extra room that can then be rented out for efficiency? This type of approach has a double effect on our housing. First, it creates a unit that should be lower in price if it's regulated a certain way. That creates an extra unit in the supply. Also has a demand portion of it, the side of it where you're going to be reducing the demand because that unit provides income for the owner, who can then use it to help with paying for their housing costs. So these are some of the strategies that have been done in other places. I know that there are always questions about rent control. I can go on forever and a day about that because it kind of messes with the demand supply and the price aspect. It doesn't always work. And then, of course, second home policy, which is usually a very touchy subject for people. It's been done in other places where they have imposed additional fees if you're not occupying your place for X amount of time during the year, which, it's always difficult to look at with a community with a lot of snowbirds, to be quite frank. But it is something that places outside of Florida have done with second home because of the constraint in the supply in the market. Because if those places are empty and not being rented out, the supply is there and it's taking up density, but not on the market. And so you look at supply and demand and how that affects price. Lower supply, staying demand, prices increase. There's been a second home policy has been a way for some communities to try to address supply so that you can get the supply up, demand may not be rising, and that changes your price from an economic standpoint.
The way here, we try to do away with mother-in-law apartments here.
Yeah.
Now we've come full circle.
Yeah.
And I do think too, like the second home policy, I mean, the homesteading pretty much does that. We've had other municipalities where you have to, if you say that's not your primary home, then your property tax is like triple.
I think that that's exactly the point, which is they are second homes. And so what the consultant is talking about is that as in the comprehensive plan is potentially the consideration of adopting policies that if you are not a full-time resident, that you pay a fee for it being a second home.
We allowed to do that?
I'd like to take a look at the policies from the other jurisdictions that have adopted it. Going back to the previous slide, there was a question mark after rent control. Rent control in Florida is specifically prohibited by the Florida legislature. So we can't adopt a rent control policy, a comprehensive plan, but I think, again, what the consultant is saying and potentially asking you all for direction is, do you want them to look into incorporating a second home policy, proposal objection policy in the new or the revamped comprehensive plan to indirectly discourage that, because the point is that the more second homes you have, then probably the less there are going to be homes available for long-term rentals.
We'd be more, instead of discourage, offset the impact of the rental homes.
Fair enough.
If they add a fee, if that fee, that could be a cash cow on this island. If there was a fee, if that money were directed directly towards affordable housing, there was a fund that was created to build apartment complexes or whatever type of housing it's going to be, and very self-serving on both fronts.
John, when you talked about rent control being prohibited, right now we have, as the mayor mentioned, we have our granny apartments, which are what called legal non-conforming apartments. I think there's quite a few of them around. There's restrictions on what they're allowed to be done with those. They can't rent them independently from. It's not like a duplex. There's restrictions on it. Would we be allowed to set rental controls on those if we were allowed them to be rented independently?
No. Let me make this absolutely clear.
Yeah.
Unequivocal. Rent control in the state of Florida is prohibited by the Florida legislature, period. Anywhere, anyhow, any way you try and do it.
For any kind of affordable housing, if we were to say somebody will give you an extra unit if you rent this at a certain affordable housing rate, you're not allowed to do that.
Different, okay? If you have an affordable housing program, then under, you have certain parameters which either the income or the rent have to be tied together, okay? But there's a specific thing, but you can't independently have a rent control program. Yes, the one that most people immediately think that comes to mind is properties in New York City. You're grandfathered in, and you continue to have the ability to have a limited and controlled rent. Not have that in Florida.
You can set
Affordable
parameters based on
housing.
affordable housing,
Yes, sir.
which is based on a formula based on the person's income.
Yes, sir.
You can't necessarily do it just saying, okay, this is the rent on Iona. We want to match the rent on Iona. You can't do something like that. It's interesting that I think that this pool, I don't know how big the pool is, how many of these legal non-conforming units are on the island, but that could be a potential pool for affordable housing that would be not necessarily adversarial to people, but beneficial to people.
My question is about the efficiency units. Is it currently legal to have efficiency units, Jason,
So
to encourage?
a lot of communities are exempting them from density. That's a big conversation for this community, right? And so granny flats and all those things are exempt from the density. So they're a small unit, and they work both in older people can stay in their home because they're getting income from the
I
unit,
need to-
or vice versa.
I need to divide. Granny flats to me sounds residential. Efficiencies to me sound like small apartments that might be over a commercial building.
So
which is more
you
the
could do-
direction I think we need to go.
Yes. All of those are available, and all of those potentially could either be exempt from density. For example, efficiencies, you could not count the units that are in a mixed-use building, because you're just counting the square, the box that the building, that is in there. You don't care what goes on inside of it, as long as it's got commercial, office, and then maybe some residential. There's policies that you could create that require that or allow for that. That would allow some affordable, potentially, units to be there. Or the accessory dwelling units is a common practice in other communities. I don't know that that works here because of short-term rental issues. But that's the other thing we have to balance with this. So all of those are available in any kind of way you want to make it work. The big question is going to be density, and number of units that are allowed be above and beyond comp plan today.
John, if we're looking at allowing efficiencies over a commercial building, and of course, we want to keep them long-term rentals for workforce housing, is it possible when we grant those type of efficiencies that we can limit that they are not ever to be used for short-term rental?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think that's an important aspect that we need to look at.
There's another leap with the housing corporation and that type of thing that can do grants and all sorts of other things that you can get to at some point to help you with that. And like the mayor said, income from other sources, generating whether the community does it, whether a nonprofit does it, buying land, developing these, or policy encouraging somebody else to do it.
The reason I also like to go down this road is if we have the efficiencies in the commercial district, then you don't have the transportation traffic problem. They're already living there.
Right, and that's the whole point with, workforce housing.
Right,
Is that
right.
people are not going to be, not just not in their cars, but they're not going to be going with the normal flow of coming onto the island in the morning and leaving in the afternoon with
So-
everybody else.
And it's the same way with if you're going to limit income or limit all that part of it, a developer's got to make money, right? At the end of the day, they're gonna-
Understood.
So those types of things are communities exempt from the density if you provide, or we've also kind of talked about inclusionary component to it, where if you develop a hotel, you give them the intensity they need, they also have to contribute to offset to maybe a housing corporation or something like that. Or you could say, incentivize a developer when you're building this resort or building this development, we'll give you an extra 15% as long as it's below 80% or below 100% of the AMI. Those are tools that you can do, but you have to make those decisions about density.
I think if you really want to make it workforce housing and put those kind of restrictions, according to John, that really, if someone else owns it, you're restricting what you can do, right? You can do affordable housing, but you can't put any kind of controls on the rents. If you acquired either through a housing agency or through the town, like Sanibel does, then you can set whatever rent you want because you are the landlord.
In affordable
I see
housing-
it as two different things.
Yeah.
We can do both.
Right.
We can do things with our code that encourages more workforce-type housing, but also have a separate program.
In a lot of communities are seeing market rate housing go in, and there's kind of a little bit of a boom on that. That's kind of sort of been sold as a solution to your housing problem, but it doesn't address that below the median type. There's communities that are starved for regular rate housing, but again, that's a market function too. At some point, those units get more expensive over time. That part of the control we have to talk about and see how.
And one problem, it seems to me, with the affordable housing kind of formula you have, that you put up, is that the other way the landlord can get around it is just wait and rent to somebody who's making enough money to be able to afford the rent they want. You know what I mean? Wait for
If
somebody
you,
making a high
but
enough
if
income.
you make them efficiencies over a commercial unit, that is not as attractive.
Yeah.
It's a long-term, so it's not attracting vacationers because it has to be a long-term lease. B, it's not attracting big families because,
It's an
again,
efficiency.
it's too small. We need to craft it in a way that we're only attracting a certain group of people that we want to work on the island and make it easier for them to work on the island because they don't have to fight the traffic to get here.
I think one of the sort of things that we looked back, way back when we hired Cordino is that they're working in Monroe County, which has the same types of problems in terms of, workforce housing that we're aware of and are beginning to try to address. So that they have that knowledge. We also have the knowledge that if there's a way to work around a rule, beat a rule or beat a system or whatever, the people in the Keys got that down. So so we have that knowledge that we could draw upon. So that being the case, I think that, with the understanding that the council is looking for us to try to develop something that ticks off the boxes that you've mentioned today, I think they can make a pretty good stab at a sort of a first cut of that.
I agree. Talking about the fee that can be used to fund some of these programs, the demand side subsidies, vouchers, maintaining some of the older housing. Sometimes it's just a matter of modernization and finding grants from outside the town to help with that, because when you modernize these older homes with impact windows or with better water systems, not only you have that environmental effect, but you're also reducing the cost of maintaining that home, which actually increases housing affordability. And given the age of some of the structures within the town, that's actually a good policy that we would actually want to consider for the town. And of course, there's always the strengthening of the workforce development and housing and transconnection that I heard up from the dais already that are important, and does actually, thank you very much, point to Councilman Adderholt's previous comment about transportation. So it all does wrap up together at the end of the day, and why we want to lead with this. Obviously, a key decision is needed because land use, the core part of the comprehensive plan, and we do want to stress again density. Looking at particular, I want to look at an area-wide density with different parts of the island as opposed to district or individual parcel-based density. It may be a better approach given the size of the island and the fact you can kind of put the island on, based on having a core for a little Main Street center, and looking at how we can preserve community design and the scale, and thinking about sectioning the island out a little bit. I know it's a little bit more novel. I'm pushing the envelope a bit here, but it has worked in other island communities, and because you're an island, you're a bit more self-contained. You have to think less about following a comprehensive plan like a city on the mainland would do, with the individual parcels. You can expand as far as the eye can see within your limits. That's not really the case here. You got other constraints that point to this. Hopefully, we have to think about adaptive reuse, how we consideration partnership on and off the island. That's definitely something that's come up in our thoughts as well. The policies we also noted are kind of lacking direction for cooperation with Lee County, which should be really in there, and seeking funding from state sources such as SHIP, even still SHAPE, it's kind of semi not functional in some aspect, but it's still used for some items, like we do in Islamorada when we administer their, we're the administrators in Islamorada's affordable housing program, though they use some of the SHIP funds for down payments and stuff like that. But, as overall from a general policy standpoint, there are general policies that need to be affected here. Moving on to the next item, Main Street commercial approach. This is your adopt the future land use map, and based on what it had, you had one tiny core in the middle and two cores on the side that serve as the basis for any office or things like Publix and so forth. Your zoning map will indicate that you got a little bit more drawn out aspect. So those blue circles are where I pointed before, and those purple circles are.
Yeah, this type more about the CB zoning district, and kind of an example of how the code, and we've talked about this with a couple projects that come back through you, the code and the comp plan say no encroachment of commercial uses into residential neighborhoods, but at the same time, the existing CB zoning districts are so restrictive that you can't convert from anything that's a retail. Once you go away from retail, you're stuck with that lower intensity use. So if you're starting a retail to an office, you can't go back up. And you're in the same shopping center. For example, you have units, one shopping center with units, and once that goes from a restaurant down to an office, then all of a sudden you can't go. So those are the types of things that we can rethink.
And don't we have a specific situation pending with?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously the Wells Fargo Bank, for example, wanted to convert to retail, but because their office, which is a lower intensity, the code specifically prohibits you from going to a retail use. And you've had the same issue internal to that development, to the strip center, where those individual units change users all the time. It's an existing commercial center. It's not what we're dealing with, is this a new place for commercial? That's existing commercial uses that prohibit those uses. It's not being monitored very well. We've recognized that issue. We need to deal with it. That's an example of, it almost went too far the other way in action. When ultimately it's a commercial corridor, you can limit the uses, make sure that they're not interrupting the peace and quiet of the residential. It's already there. And to Eddie's point, the reuse of that commercial, that's a threat to that commercial center if they can't continue to rent those spaces. Low intensity uses. But that's some of the examples of it. It's going to kind of kill the middle of the island if we don't rethink of that commercial.
You have potential for the middle island to be the main core where you want people just to walk from their houses to restaurants. We're not saying big scale development, commercial development, but it can be structured with appropriate design in such a way that encourages people to walk to their office at work or walk to the restaurant. They have family visiting or get ice cream. Regulations that were in kind of stifle that over time. It doesn't create that viability for that core or for that main strip. And there are economic development implications of that. There's also traffic implications of that because when the middle of the portion isn't working and you're kind of forcing people to drive on the island down one main corridor to the two ends of the island so they can get those same services. And we want to look at how we can redo the land use regulation to kind of force that dispersion a little bit more so that you can get that multimodal aspect. Even in the most planned out community, you're not going to get everyone to walk, but you want to create a situation that will encourage more people to walk or to bike. Current land use grid does not provide for that. So you will see, there is one solution to a traffic problem. How do you realign the land use to fit what people want to do, want to work, where they live? And sometimes it just takes a whole widespread look at how you do a complete realignment, especially when you have.
And allow the market to find those areas, and create that opportunity.
The fact that you have situations that you're just mentioning means that the market is going to be supportive of it, but your regulations need to be looked at a little bit more closely. So what I really want to do from a direction standpoint from the council is to ask that if we can look at tweaking that land use a bit more extensively, looking at that new core, looking at the area-wide densities and so forth, considering overlays as well in the heart of the commercial corridor as an additional aspect to kind of loosen up what regulations are overly tight right now, preventing some of the potential positive aspects that you could be bringing into those areas.
And just to add on to that, just the last mention is our flood zones maps are changing. There's a window of opportunity as the V zone moves away from the bay side of Estero to the Gulf side of Estero. Talked about this with TPI and other projects. They were prohibited from having commercial storefronts on the ground, which creates that pedestrian activity because of the flood zones. As these move, and that's the way the town, when it adopted the comp plan, it envisioned that. Go back to some of that and encourage some of that as this V zone kind of moves away and we have an A zone that you can provide floodproofing and other.
The V zone is actually moving more seaward?
Yes, there's in parts of the island, and not the whole thing, but there's portions of the island where it gets back to the middle or the other side of the Estero. Now, that's not a blanket. There's what they call a coastal A zone that has V zone type standards, but that'll be up to you how you implement those standards.
So for the purposes of the comprehensive plan, we're going to base it up on a policy direction and not off the FEMA flood map. Because there is a new piece of legislation that prevents us from using that new map as rationale, and that's actually what just one of those 270 bills that were passed. So,
but there's an opportunity to kind of go back to what.
So as of June 30th, speaking of the bills, approximately 270 it's actually 75 bills were passed, but 5 of them were vetoed and the rest were passed. At least 14 of them including planning provisions, including property rights, impact fees, effects on development agreements, and so forth. Most of these have more comprehensive plan, so we are monitoring, but we did have to backtrack on some of them to see if we had to take the plan. So we are still trudging through the legislation. Some of these were only signed June 29th. It's been a month. There are some items that we have addressed right off the bat already. We have a draft property rights element. It is new and required for any comprehensive plan update. Major points of policy adoption for decision-making processes. Local governments considered these particular points. We just took them pretty much more or less verbatim from the statutes. There are implications on here, and we try to put that in an objective too, but we'll flush out the detail for the council in more detail as we draft through. This one, SB 1954, is not as much as the requirement as much provides opportunity for benefits. So what it does is they set up a program that has to deal with peril of flood, sea level rise, vulnerability assessment, and a grant program that allows for studies for this. The important thing is that this allows for vulnerability assessment, which would be a good policy to consider for Fort Myers Beach. The other aspect of this is that any project resulting from this can be applied for grant funding. And here's the most important part. For those projects, for the most part, the grant funded projects, you need a 50% match grant unless you're a community of 10,000 or less people. Qualify here. So having that listing on hand could, after doing a vulnerability assessment, which could be applied from the grant system, may be a way for us to look at potential outside monies here that could that could benefit the town's infrastructure over time. How much money is allocated remains to be seen, but the program is set up under this bill, and we would recommend you to adopt some policies that would direct staff to target and track these accordingly, and of course incorporate across multiple elements such as your capital improvement element, utilities element, and so forth. When they're very important, impact fees. There are limitations in what's recently passed to limit how often impact fees can be raised and how much can be raised each year, based on the percentage. I mean, there are extraordinary circumstances with you can request a larger increase, but it requires a great deal of justification. As a result, we have recommended to other client municipalities, and we're recommending here that you consider impact fee reviews on a regular basis on multi-year analysis as a matter of policy. You're not really supposed to update them more than every 4 years now.
I just wanted to dovetail because that's a perfect example of another conversation that's in the comp plan today, but is not a formal policy. Get your own impact fees, update them regularly, biannually, the kind of thing, or whatever the number is. But it talks about it, but formalize that, and I don't think our impact fees have ever been changed, from what I can tell. Now, they may not need it, but frankly, how they get spent and what we're charging has not been looked at.
And because of how this new legislation at the state level is structured, we will be recommending for most municipalities to do the review on a 4-year basis. Your 4-year outlook, because you can only increase it every 4 years and any percentage amount. But yeah.
And let me correct that. School and fire have changed theirs over the years. The towns, what we charge for Parks and Rec and transportation have not.
Was that what we're allowed to? We're because the county charges impact fees, right? So we're allowed to charge impact fees for specific purposes like recreation and.
So we have every residential, commercial, whatever unit development that comes in gets charged transportation, recreation, and then there's fire and schools.
It's based on the increase over their existing density.
Correct. So if you have a house that's torn down and then they build a duplex, they get charged 1 unit. Commercial is generally methodology is per 1,000 square feet. So each category of use, if it was warehousing, or if it was a restaurant or some other office, they get charged a different amount per 1,000 square feet of use. And if you change uses, be charging them based on the, as Roger said, the increase. So if you go from a office to a restaurant, basically give them credit for the office and then charge them with a different. So, but those numbers, as far as what the town charges, have not been changed since the adoption, from what I can tell.
So the whatever that variable
Right,
is.
the residential transportation cost per unit is the same as it's been since it was adopted, from what I can tell.
Okay, and again, just so everyone understands, and John will, I'm sure, weigh in on this, impact fees can only be for adding something new that's enhanced. It can't be for renovation or replace what you have. It'll be used, so if you have a one-lane road, you can, you're gonna make it a two-lane road, you can use impact fees for that second lane, but you can't use it for the first lane because you're just replacing it. So, what Jason's saying is correct. Because of the nature of the island, we really have somewhat limited opportunities for enhancements, which may be the reason why those fees hasn't risen to the top of the priorities.
So, given our density, also the expense of doing anything, recreation or traffic is more expensive than, say, it might have been, or it is.
Yes. Retrofitting is always more expensive, yes.
Well, yeah, that's true, but, so just by way of Bay Oaks. So everything we're doing at Bay Oaks, other than the building itself that's being contemplated, everything else there is sort of replacement. But yes, we could use our park impact fee money to help fund new building, but not to take one baseball field and move it to another place, one field, and still be one field. So
We
there
could
are
use
some
it,
opportunities. But,
we could use it for the new entrance because that's entirely new.
well, the entranceway, yes. Had for the grant that we got for the site facility, yes, but I mean, it's not just, we just can't take it as a pool of money and throw it at the park, I guess, what I'm trying to say.
And the current comp plan even envisions alternative modes of transportation, transit, those sorts of things, if somehow this leading to that. So it's never been really carried out. Trying to, I think, infill the gaps that we have in our existing sidewalks and that sort of thing. Probably a priority, but there's other ways to use it.
Just a couple of things to keep in mind when it comes to impact fees, and I'm pretty sure due to the size of the town, first comment I'm going to make really isn't necessarily applicable, but you have to use it for the area where the money's collected, and in larger communities, in some instances, they're broken down into different zones, and you have to use the money in that zone. And because of the linear nature and the size of Fort Myers Beach, that really doesn't apply to us. But obviously, it has to be used within a certain period of time, or theoretically, the money has to be earned to the people who contributed or the entities that contributed. Last but not least, in regard to potentially pushing the envelope and setting fees. One of the pieces of legislation that they did adopt in Tallahassee this year is actually a limitation on how often and by how much we can change our impact fees. Normally, there's a process that every municipality or every county engages in periodically to revisit and look at their impact fees and determine whether or not that they need to be increased or potentially even decreased based upon community needs, characteristics, surrounding communities, what they're charging, and you would engage a consultant like Cordino to take that additional step and to do that evaluation and determine whether or not it's appropriate to change your fees. But again, there's a very specific limitations that the legislature has imposed effective this year on our ability to increase them, and I think it's only be increased every 3 or 5 years?
Every 4 years.
4 years.
And then if you go above 25%, it can't go above 25% in 2 years, and they must be applied equally. So you're going to do 25% over 2 years, so you can only do about 12.5% each.
And frankly, I would defer to Jason. I don't know the last time that as a community, the impact fee structure was considered and evaluated.
Well, actually, I think the last thing that happened here, if my memory serves me correctly, is the county reduced them. So that puts us in a difficult political position to raise them, but anyway.
Yeah, and that's a good point. A lot of communities have studies that show a greater need in impact fees, and they never adopted the full, what we call the 100% rate, because for whatever political reasons, they adopted at 50% or 60% rate of what their study showed they needed to do. And those communities are stuck, struggling because they go up to what they already got a study that says they need. We would probably need a new study. There's mobility fees; those are different. Anyway, there's some things to look at that. And it fund, like you said earlier, it funds making that you do. Going off of this next section is just basically, I refer to it as the chapters, the elements of the comprehensive plan. I want you to be aware that they're already in action of drafting some of this language that we've already, things, the low-hanging fruit that we've talked about. And this is just a list of, I want to go through the element by element, some of the things, highlights that we're looking at. Some of them are based on what we were hoping your conversation and feedback would be today, and some of them are just kind of.
These things range from design and element, having a gateway to pre-detached buildback, and so forth. Coastal construction line, looking at stronger water quality standards. That's already a part of the water supply plan, that's the point that I brought up. Looking at transportation elements, setting really definable goals and benchmarks, including for signs and parking coordination, even from a multimodal standpoint on on and off island transportation.
And Eddie, that could be also challenging Lee County to and their impact fees in our region, then benefit the transportation.
I can come back at a later time and talk about fees and grants, because I do a lot of grant writing as well, from between a locality and county when they expend those fees. So we want to structure the policies appropriately for that, because there are certain structures you want to hit.
The previous slide?
Yeah.
Again, I want to point out that as we move forward, one of the things that the Florida legislature did this year touches on the second one, community design element. I know that there's a lot of language within the existing comprehensive plan to try and talk about fostering preservation, components, particularly the coastal cottage design elements. The legislature, in its infinite wisdom, adopted legislation this year that makes it more difficult for local governments to adopt and implement design standards. You still have the ability, but you do have to meet certain criteria. I do believe that with respect to the coastal cottage design element, that's a fairly well-known and established, and that's kind of one of the criteria that you have to have a community character in order to be able to continue to have design standards. And then kind of within that, probably more in the future land use about what is the allowable uses is we no longer have the ability to limit or regulate, or we're severely restricted in our ability to regulate home businesses.
Actually factored into some of this, what I was going earlier about the mixed use and stuff. They're moving towards there anyway. That's the trend. Let's embrace certain aspects of it and realign. We have maybe too many zoning wise for a small island community anyway, and it can be streamed better as well. And lastly, we don't really actually have a public good element as far as I see, except it actually is kind of required, and you do have on the island. But instead, what I'm suggesting, instead of thinking about it as a public good element, like some other communities think about it as an education element, think about the quality of life aspect that makes this a great place to live. You not only have schools here, but you have a wonderful library. And there are historic preservation education resources, Mound House, for example, that can be incorporated and part of the cultural aspect. That cultural aspect also lends itself to economic development over time, but you can all turn, what we're instead of thinking about public schools like most communities do, which is, oh, this is about just school concurrency and so forth, we think about how we can have policies where we positively influence things that make great here. So, and of course, I think it got cut off at bottom, capital improvement element, impact fee policies and so forth, goes back to our earlier slide. And with that, I would say anything comes to mind. As your consultant, I would like the opportunity to get additional feedback from you, even on a one-on-one setting. More than happy to come meet with you in person on a one-on-one setting with some of the questions or to just dig a little bit more in depth in some of these items. With my presentation. Thank you for having me today.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you much. I'll just tell you while you're here, Eddie, that I can't let this opportunity go by here without mentioning that I was around for the original comprehensive plan when it was written. So in deference to Mr. Spakowski, who wrote our input into it, and to Mr. Dover and Cole, his firm, and the Fitzsimonses and the Saracitas and the Murphys and the Mulhollands and the Haynes and all these other council people that I'm leaving out right now that had all this impact. That comprehensive plan at the time was an award-winning comprehensive plan. So, and at the time, it was pretty much kind of state of the art, and at least that's what we were told. And we were proud of it, and still are. But we're not big enough to say that times don't change. Believe me, I've seen the change down here. Times have changed. We're not that big that we don't think that things can be updated. And I agree, it's time. It's time, and to make it more user friendly and so forth. And but I couldn't let the opportunity go by without recognizing those people that were originally involved, and to thank them for everything that they did, and let them know that we're going to take the baby to the next step, and just push it on. Take it out of grammar school and push it into high school, so to speak, or whatever you want to say.
You do a great job. I have great respect for both the council before as well as the persons involved. I used to live down the street from Victor Dover, and I was the former regional head for the APA section for the area, and Victor used to volunteer a lot, being one of our more esteemed planners and urban designers in the region. So I have great respect for the work. I do agree with you, Mr. Mayor, that times have changed. We're simply helping this baby grow, and we're gonna be back with some recommended policies after we've had more time to discuss with staff and the town manager on and the attorney's office, just to make sure that with all the new legislation coming through, we want to make sure that what we're getting to you is review from a legal standpoint as well, considering items are very, very, very new.
Very good, very good.
And one kind of suggestion on one of your last pieces there about broadening the public schools element to an education element. There's also, with the reconstruction of Bay Oaks, we're going to have more cultural activities. Be something else to consider adding in is the encouragement of cultural activities.
We're just coming to the beach.
Jason, did you want to talk about the houses across multiple lots real quick or not?
I know we can do that. They're kind of, they're planned, so they're ugly black and white type stuff, but I can just show you some of the issues that I think were the concerns. and Mr. Mayor, I do appreciate those comments, because I think if Bill was here, not to put words in his mouth, but he'd say it's probably 10 years overdue, doing this, because he does this too in other, updates other people's plans, and it's just something that, it's, so we appreciate those comments. Thank you, Eddie. I know he's got to run.
Thank you.
So some of the concerns, I think that we've talked about this several times, and now we're seeing, we've obviously adopted new codes. I think there's a couple homes that are under construction. I don't think anything's been finished built yet that falls under the new codes that really went into place February. They've gone through permitting and they're probably in the middle of construction. But height, scale, massing, shadowing effects, I think is some of the conversation that we've had. There's a trends to larger homes. And Eddie and I were talking about that. You know, this is an expensive place to live and build. It's not nearly as expensive as all the other places that are like it around the state, is what we're seeing in the market. So there's perhaps, I don't want to call them uber rich or higher income levels are having a trend to move here, is what it seems like. So where we were worried about bigger homes on one lot, we're now looking at even bigger and bigger homes on multiple lots. Apparently the prices of the lots doesn't flinch at all. And obviously flood requirements and elevation have an effect on that. So the only thing that I really want to just go through is just a couple of examples. So this home is, I believe at measurement, it's 178 feet wide. That's the frontage. Now they have great setbacks. They exceed the setbacks of what you put into place, but they're allowed to do this massing along the frontage because of, basically, I believe it's 3 lots, or maybe it's even 4 lots. And so it meets our height regulations. It meets the 40% volume, because again, they're taking multiple lots. Ultimately, the square footage of the building is the same as if you develop those lots individually, because the percentage of the acreage is the same no matter what. It's just the massing along the front, I think, is what has brought a concern to people and asked the questions. So right now, we don't have any restrictions on how many lots you can build on. Typically, you would build on, we get a lot, when I started here, we got a lot of questions of how do I take my double lot and turn it into 2 single-family homes. Seeing that still, but we're also seeing a trend towards combining lots to build the ultimate home. And this is just a side profile because nobody worries about the side. There are windows on the upper levels. There's very few windows on the lower level. Part of that is flood regulations, breakaway walls, the discouragement of putting expensive things on the house, such as windows, because those increase the claims. Those types of policies and regulations really kind of create this massing effect and somewhat blank wall effect. And if you're a house at grade, an older home in the community, you're staring at kind of that blank wall. But again, also, I think basically the look of the multi-tiered roofs probably make it look more massive. I know that they're trying to break that up, but it also creates opportunity for that roof to get wider. Whereas normally you would have just a typical pitch and allow more sunlight. The width of the height of that roof is getting increased because of the multiple layers and levels. That makes sense? As you, instead of it being 45-degree angle, you're in the middle of that roof, starting another roof, and then it really widens out that height of that roof.
A zone or a V zone?
This one's in the, well, let me back. This is in the A zone. This one is in a V zone. That one's a V zone. That one's a V zone. This one is in an A zone, and it's interesting because I have the side here. We're creating these in-between levels. So the challenge with the A zone ones are there's fill. And especially when you have multiple lots, you're creating 2 or 3 lots. There's upwards of 3 to 5 feet of fill being created so that they can get that garage floor, and I've talked about this before, higher so that you reduce the distance between what the flood zone floor has to be and what that garage floor. Basically, it reduces their stairs. Makes it easier for access. But it's massive amounts of fill and stem walls and all that type of thing that are brought in to be able to create that lift on that bottom floor. A lot of communities, and I'm dealing with the same exact issue in Punta Gorda and Charlotte County where I live, is they're getting to a point where the base flood elevations are separating from the ground level enough where you really should be just parking underneath, but there's constant fill to bring that parking garage level up, or that parking, the garage level up, and that creates runoff problems for the parking floor. Thank you. That creates runoff problems and drainage problems in communities that don't have drainage if they're historic or built out.
So just, here's the issue. The issue really is right now, someone could do this and the neighbors on that particular street wake up one day and see this going up and say like, what the heck happened? And you all may be okay with that, or you may want to look at code revisions to say, well, wait a second. For anyone who is surprised by this, we want to create type of process so that it can be publicly vetted. Think that, from the, reasonable person standpoint, for a longtime resident here or board here several years ago, maybe perhaps for the latest boom, and you had a house and maybe it wasn't super elevated, but there's a vacant lot next to you or a couple, and it's great, one of these days it'll be built on fine, it'll be a house similar to mine. Then you find yourself in this situation where you're perhaps in the shadow or staring at one of the side walls. You kind of feel hopeless because you didn't know it was coming. There's nothing much to do, but you couldn't even come into a public meeting and say, hey, I have concerns, or can we get the guy to plant some trees next to me or something to mitigate it or whatever, and they don't have that opportunity. So we wanted to call it to your attention. Obviously, we could deal with it through Eddie, but we also may want to deal with it sooner.
Well, it all comes down to the will of council and the will of the people. This is it's a big item, it's a big change. Vice Mayor has had personal experience with it. I happen to live in a 1960s stilt home, and I'm surrounded by two very nice houses, but they're massive compared to the place that I live. And so it happens. But it all boils down to the will of the people to effectuate this. I'll tell you, I'll go back to a little more. Incorporation came about again as a result of a real estate issue. Once the new council was seated, one of the first things that we did was we stopped the possibility of all these massive structures being built. How? What they were doing was they were taking a lot and buying several lots next to them, consolidating the lots, knocking down houses if there was any on it, thereby acquiring the necessary setbacks that were necessary, then going up with a high rise. Well, we stopped it. We just stopped it right away, and that effectively was the end of the high rises on Fort Myers Beach. And the same thing could be done with these houses, I think. That might sound simple, but I don't know why it couldn't be. It just depends on the will of the people to do it. So if there is a will, then there is a way. So I'll leave it at that.
I've already expressed my views, so I really like to hear.
I certainly think it should be a discussion so that people have a chance to speak on it. I'd like to hear the public what they think of it. I have my own thoughts, but I'd like to hear from the public what they feel about the massing of the properties.
No doubt.
I think, part of it's inevitable because of the FEMA rules, and just there's such a difference between the standards of when the existing houses were built and what these new ones are put in, because a lot of times the ground floor is there, just because of the flood, so the flood levels. One part of me says, well, it certainly helps with housing if they're taking four house and putting one. But I just don't know really what you can. Even if you separated it out, you would probably sit there and have four large houses that are just as high. The only difference is it'd be a tiny gap between the houses.
I will say some of the things that you've put into place help address, not fix, but help address issues like this where you have these massive roofs because we're measuring to the main roof. Basically, it squeezes that down and it makes them rethink how, and you can see by both of these examples, you could really picture that peak of that roof. Well, it kind of gets reset by the next roof, and that's what creates that almost box look across the top, and that box look, I think, is what people don't like. Doesn't address the shadowing effect necessarily, but that's more the sunlight plane, if you remember that conversation. So there's the frontage, there's the height, and there's the mass. Those are kind of three different issues that can't be addressed all the same, but they're tied together.
Well, I'll just add that, whenever you insert a requirement of a public hearing to a process, that, is a partial de-incentive for people to do things. And the second part is that, if you open it up to public comment for the neighbors and others, it does create a little friction for a person who's doing this to be sure that they want to go through that process, do that. So you create a little disincentive. Plus, if you hear things that ask the property owner to address, you could ask for perhaps modifications in the roof design or whatever to make it less imposing. I mean, there are things you could do if you open it up to a public process. Not going to necessarily stop the house from being built, but you could do perhaps through that public process certain things to mitigate.
There's public hearing, there's limitations on width and frontage, percentage. There could be a reduction in percentage as you get bigger lots. Right now we have a 40% lot coverage. Approach it as if you get a second lot, maybe it's 30, and as you get a third lot or fourth lot, 20. There's different techniques you could use in addition to that, or tie that all together. It just depends on how far you want to go, which I'm sure local builders and stuff will have some input on that.
I tell you, I'm really concerned about the fill issue, because I've seen that before where we had a house that was on a dry lot, well, dry during the season, and someone put in a pool, and it raised up just a few inches. And so when it rained, all that water went into the backyard of this other house. There's no regulations against fill now to raise up the...
No, so if in the V zone, we limit fill, it's unspecified, but it basically we talk about, you've got to justify that you need to create positive drainage to get the water away from the house and into the appropriate place, not off onto somebody else. That's somewhat open-ended for an engineer to say, no, we need this for the drainage. That's about it. And the A zones, there is not a limit on fill. I'll tell you, the floodplain managers, and we do these not studies, but they do these presentations at the conference all the time. And they talk about it's not big developments that cause the increase in flood elevations, incremental infill in communities like this, that over time, you go from a 10 to 11 in the neighborhood, and then 11 to a 12 the next time. Not the big developments, it's the incremental stuff that costs you over time. So this is a perfect example of that. We have a lot of fill. Most of it's on the big houses. The smaller houses, individual lots, there is a benefit in the CRS to reduce. You have to weigh that with drainage. I don't know what you do. If you've got a slope, 20-degree, 30-degree slope in your backyard, you want to put a fill in or put a pool in, how do you level that out? Those are challenges that we'll have to discuss, but some limitations you can put on.
So the suggestions that are on the table now is either we come up with, if someone wants to combine lots and essentially the setbacks between the individual lots, that they have to come to council for approval.
I think it's actually, do you want to discourage or prohibit? And then how do you want to how do you want to review it? To me, that's the heart of the question, is discourage or prohibit.
Yeah, I think if I could just chime in here, I remember our esteemed former mayor, Dan Hughes, used to talk about these houses that get built that are completely inconsistent to their neighboring houses in terms of size. He talked about garages too, that were just completely out of proportion to surrounding neighborhoods. It is a challenge, and I think, of course, the devil's in the details on the solution, but I'm open to a further discussion on this. I love the idea of having a public hearing, but I remember when I was on the LPA, our town attorney used to chastise us, possibly rightfully so. I'm not sure I always listened to him on this, but that public input can't correct me if I'm quoting you wrong, John, but cannot influence our decision. It has to be based upon the evidence on the case. And so I think what Jason's saying is he needs more teeth. In other words, if we're going to discourage this, we need to put something in writing that actually gives teeth to this exercise. And I would think if you're combining lots, how you make that house in proportion to its neighbors, or at least relatively in proportion, that I would welcome that input from the experts on that. But I do think that if you're going to combine lots, maybe your setback requirement actually increases, so you, at least those homes next to you have a little bit more space And otherwise, but I'm open for more discussion and a solution on this.
To your comment, Councilmember Hull, difference with the distinction. This is, this type of regulation would be a town-wide regulation, therefore it would be deemed to be a legislative action, not a quasi-judicial site-specific matter. So you certainly are not limited in who you talk to or whatever input you may get from the community on legislative decisions. And this would be a legislative, because it would be an ordinance regulation of town-wide applicability.
Point well taken, but I think, John, just to further clarify that, so if public comment is just, I don't care for this in my neighborhood, and there's nothing germane to the actual substance of the violation, doesn't that, I mean, I always listen to those neighborhoods, and because I want people to be in concert with the neighbors around them, but I thought you'd implied that we would be discouraged from taking that input unless it was germane to the violation of the ordinance itself.
It's only related to a site-specific application. So if this home were to come before this body for an approval, then, talking to your neighbors and ex parte communications would be, are allowed, but you would have to disclose them and you would have to base your decision on what you heard at the hearing in that quasi-judicial setting. That's why we have those types of hearings separate from the rest of the items. But when you adopt ordinances that, modify or otherwise have general applicability across the town's jurisdiction, those are legislative decisions, and the quasi-judicial rules do not apply to them.
With you, but I thought we were just going to require a hearing and not actually put any teeth into or changing the requirements. So I guess.
No, I think the concept was the idea of a hearing is to have the community come forward, whether it's through we put on for first reading an ordinance, or as a discussion item and advertise it and try and get as much input as possible before we then draft the ordinance.
Okay, I think we were talking about the ordinance. I thought you were talking about an individual home that was being built. That's where I think I got.
That is where my focus was. Is currently right now there's really no policy restricting this, is what you're saying.
Right. Anything policy or process you create is the legislative side.
That's right.
Requiring them to come to a public hearing is legislative. They come to a public hearing, it's quasi-judicial.
That's the challenge,
But
right?
when they come,
But when they come to a public hearing, John, correct me if I'm wrong. Citizen contacts you at Publix and says, I don't like that. You can't consider that because it wasn't at the public hearing on the specific development. But if they come here and speak and say, I don't like it because of this, too much traffic, blocks the sun, but those are the things you can consider.
Correct, but in the context of general legislation, which that's what we're talking about, is amending the current regulations as a council member, excuse me, as you all are discussing, and Councilmember Allers has talked about. That's an ordinance that applies to the entirety of the town. So you can get input from whoever and about whatever. They don't like the color of homes. They don't like the size of them.
I'm with you, but I think what we're seeing is that, let's say this big house is required to have a hearing before the LPA or the town council, and the owner of the house comes before us, and 10 people show up and say, we don't like it, we think it's too big, but there's no formal violation, or there's no legal justification for their concerns. I think, Jason, help me, you're looking for some teeth the LPA and the council then could have, as opposed to just saying, I would certainly listen to 10 people or 20 people who said, I don't like it. But I think, John, you've warned us or cautioned us not to consider that versus the actual evidence of a violation or a deviation from the
If I could
ordinance.
suggest some
Yes.
teeth,
That's right.
okay?
That's what I'm looking
If
for.
we're putting a house on a combined 3 lots, we have lost the sunlight and air from all of those spaces that it would have been between. So if there's 3 lots, you've lost 30 feet of sunlight and air that would have been there for 3 individual houses. We need to at least add that on to their setbacks on the side.
And I agree with that.
Preserve
Yeah,
it.
I think that's a fair solution. Yeah.
That's very clear cut.
And I
There's
think-
your teeth. You're
I
not
think-
asking them for anything that we wouldn't have had 3 individual houses been there.
That's right.
I also think encourage like the suggestion that Jason made about that basically the bigger the lot, the smaller the percentage footprint that would be on that lot.
I agree, that's another avenue. I was just suggesting, yes, there are things we should do, and I think we should do them. We need to look at this from several different angles, because I agree, there's no way we're going to completely stop this. We're never going to make the island look like it used to look. But if we attack it from several different ways, which is the massing and the setbacks, and are you going to be allowed to use multiple lots to build this home, I think we can make it look better. And I would beg that we do this and that we look at this as soon as possible and not make it as a part of this LDC review.
And what I'm saying is the consensus is important, because you're going to get blowback from no matter which direction you go. You're going to get from people that live next to it, and then versus builders and realtors and all that. So it's important to us not to waste resources on getting something to the goal line and then it fails. We can tweak it. We've done that several times in the last 4 years. So that's why I think it's critical for you guys to decide.
When we were tweaking
Prohibit
it, we
or-
had never had anybody do this, building one big house on 3 lots, to my memory.
No, you're correct. So, so over time, what's evolved is, it was a big house on one lot, and it went to a big
Yes.
house on 2 lots.
So here's
And over
another,
time, it's now grown to, we're starting to see cases where big houses on crossing 3 lots. So, we're at a point, a decision point, I think, to say, okay, has it gone too far? And what do we need to do to sort of, corral the cats in the situation? So, call it to your attention from 2 aspects, and we heard the vice mayor, she doesn't want to wait, versus waiting. And then B is, there's clear direction today on what you want us to draft to fix it, such as the vice mayor's suggestion, just the setbacks, et cetera. Even to go as far as perhaps zoning in progress to stop any applications till the council figures out a solution to this.
definitely.
To me, on top of the things that you've said, Vice Mayor, the bigger issue is, do we want to allow the massing of the properties like that? I can tell you, speaking with developers in the Port Royal area, the secret is out. They're coming. People are coming with the money that have the money. So I agree with you that the urgency is there to decide one way or another, if that's what you want to see. And I understand moving in the side setbacks, but with the other stuff that's in there now with the sticks and carrots, they're just going to go up. They're going to bring, I don't know that they'll be, just bringing them in from each side or from the front and back, I don't know is going to solve that. Is the bigger issue not allowing them to amass 4 lots?
I agree. I was saying, at a bare minimum, we need to do what I suggested. If I've got consensus to go further than that, whether it be a public hearing before you can mass a lot, or just saying, we're not going to allow you to do that. I'm open to
You could
that.
limit the width along the frontage. I mean, there's a lot of different things you could do.
No matter what
It was done. It's been done.
So I would like to mention, I mean, I think you mentioned about neighborhood specific. You already in your code have a regulation that allows condos and commercial development go up and violate your height if it's consistent and within reason of stuff that's already there next to it. Kind of do the reverse on the residential side and limit that their what they can build has to be within the range of what's already there, and no more than 10% bigger or something like that. So you can apply that to the residential lot by lot. There's already a code there that you kind of use. We had a couple condo buildings that utilize that
Just
last couple of years.
It's a clarification. If we were to write an ordinance that said that you can't span lots, if someone wanted to, they could still come in for a variance and ask for it.
It wouldn't be, I don't think it'd be a variance, John. We'd have to put in some review process for you to.
It wouldn't be a variance, because
Special exception or something.
would have to be called, a variance is historically in Florida is very specific. It's things like setbacks. I want, to have less setbacks, and you have to meet some criteria that has previously been identified by the courts as being appropriate for variances. And there is a case here in Florida that basically says you can't give what's called a use variance. So, like the use is different, and so I would think, would be my opinion, that amassing 4 lots and, allowing that or limiting it would be more in the way of a use prohibition, and therefore a variance of special exception or some other criteria would be appropriate. Let me finish this comment by saying what you all are going through is no different than a large number of communities are going throughout the state. One in particular that I'm relatively familiar with, and it's still in the process of City of Fort Lauderdale. There are certain neighborhoods that individuals targeted for buying these otherwise smaller lots on a neighborhood called River Bend, and they then put very large homes, just as you're looking at here, or buying multiple lots, just like you're looking at here. And they went through a public input process and multiple hearings and engaging their planning staff to meet with neighbors, developers, to develop regulations that brought it back into scale with the neighborhood. And I think that's, really what you're faced with is essentially a very similar situation. And, the way, the name they gave them in other places, they call them McMansions. How do you bring them, back into scale with the traditional neighborhood?
A lot of them, I know that in the mid-island area, the kind of Coconut, Hercules area, there's a lot of very small lots. And there's a lot of houses that were built on multiple lots, on 2 lots, and they're not massive houses. But just those lots are so small, to build something even bigger than, like a trailer, they need multiple lots. So if we do something, it'd be nice to, somehow separate the combining of like 2 small lots as a separate than something that's combining a bunch of bigger lots and making it, and maybe a restriction on lot size.
That's an important distinction, Counselor, and obviously, 40-foot lots is different than 3, 100-foot.
Yeah. It could go down to lot size. So maybe, say 2 40-foot lots is one, but someone acquires 7 40-foot lots, then it becomes.
So I hate to do it, but I don't want to miss the opportunity to point out the irony in that actually this does solve density and short-term rental issues. But I only say that partly because of the comprehensive plan conversation, and I want you to hopefully that helps you rethink context of when we talk about density and other things, because this reduces density, it reduces short-term rental, but yet here we are struggling with, that's not the appearance that we want. So those things, density isn't always ugly and isn't always bad, so just look at that as we move forward with the comp plan, please.
That would all come out in the discussions, with the builders and the realtors and the developer and the people and everybody else. That would all be hashed out.
It always just comes, it always comes down to, pretty things and design matters.
Right.
Ultimately.
Exactly. Okay.
So can we agree that we're going to ask for an in-progress status for our building department to not be granting these while we work on this issue?
And I guess how specific can that be?
So what the Vice Mayor is talking about is a planning concept recognized in Florida called zoning in progress, whereby directing staff to work on or collectively reaching a consensus that you want to address this issue. You put everyone on notice that you're working on these regulations, and any development application accepted from that point forward, and certainly that if that's your direction, then we'll tell us you want us to invoke zoning in progress, and we'll put that on as a discussion item for the next council meeting, so you can take formal action, because you can only discuss it here in a workshop setting.
And John, I don't know is there a way to specify what can't be done? And what I mean by that is you don't want to stop a single family, individual lot from being developed.
We would fashion the statement as to what you were talking about, large homes, multi-lot homes that, you know, are in excess of certain square footage.
Sounds reasonable.
And frontage, you know, number of lots and size.
It's not a de facto moratorium per se.
It's a planning tool that is recognized as being legal in the state of Florida. You can also just simply adopt a moratorium, which again are legal in Florida.
The idea is you just basically call a timeout to allow staff and the council to consider a regulation change. It can't be indefinite. Then, we'll work to work with the industries involved and try to bring back a recommendation or a solution which you may or not adopt.
And there's no retroactivity to this moratorium, correct?
No,
Just wanna
they
make
only
sure.
can be prospective. Anything
down
that's,
that aisle.
anything
No,
that's been
I'm-
submitted, up to the
I'm not
date
looking for
or
it. I'm not looking for retroactivity.
prior to the
I
date
wanna
that you
make sure.
invoke zoning in
Yeah.
progress, would be treated and be allowed to move forward, in accordance with the rules that currently exist.
I guess I would want to see what the rules, if you will, of the moratorium would be. I mean, as Jason just brought up, you know, just to save calls to all of us and to all of you, people are going to hear moratorium on building and the calls are going to come. So I can't build my house. I'm just building back what I got. I would want to see what the rules, if you will, would be before I'd make a decision one way or another.
We're gonna have to.
You know, the easiest thing for, I don't want to speak for Jason, but I think the easiest thing that we can do for you is to give you, as I said before, unique to you, what other communities have done. They invoke zoning in progress. What did it look like? Did they adopt a moratorium? What did it look like? And more importantly, you know, what were potentially the end results of the regulations that they adopted in those jurisdictions to address the issue?
And I'm certainly okay with that. If you want to bring something that somebody else did that we can at least look at, that's better than right now just saying, yeah, go ahead and do it, and nobody has an idea what that's going to look like.
Right, but I think we're talking about zoning in progress
Can't make
part.
any decisions today anyhow. Can't-
No, but
Right.
I think what we need from an implementation standpoint is, what are we stopping for zoning in progress, right? So if it's development that takes up more than 2 lots or greater than
That's
100
all
feet
I'm
of frontage.
asking,
Yeah.
Dan.
And I just wanted some clarification.
Right, of course, I'd like to look at changing massing and other things, but to me, the most crucial thing today is that we have some consensus that Jason knows about that says, yes, if they're coming in with an application for a house that goes on 3 lots, that he should sit on it until we have time to look at it further.
We need that black and white cutoff, so single family, two lots, something like, I think that's what the zoning progress.
That'll be in the item that we bring at the next meeting.
Yeah,
But just
okay.
to see if I could sort of summarize the comments. So, if it's more than 2 lots, okay, and
More than
let's
one
just say, and,
More than 1 lot,
oh, more than 1 lot?
more than 1 lot.
Okay, let's put some footage in there.
More than one lot,
What
but
width?
it has to be greater than a certain lot size.
We can decide the lot size later, I just want him to
Okay.
sit on it until we get time to talk about all those things. So,
Yeah,
Wouldn't that essentially be making a decision today then, if we're instructing you to sit on it?
Again, you're giving us, we will bring that to
Got it.
you,
Okay,
and
just
you all,
clarification.
at that point in time, can say, yes, that's what we like, that's what we want to do, that's what we want to adopt, or you can further tinker with it at that point in time, or give us more direction, and we then come back to you in 2 weeks after that.
And it sounds to me like we're gonna give you something for next meeting, and then if you don't like how narrow it is or how broad it is, we can adjust that
Can modify
before you put the zoning in progress part. That's, because that's what I need also.
I just wanted to make the clarification,
And that's
so people
before
know
we,
that if they have permitting that they're working on now, and maybe it hasn't been brought to the town, and they were gonna do it tomorrow, that this isn't going to change their plans.
Because in tomorrow, it's not going to change their plans.
That's what okay, thank you.
I agree, if you're looking for consensus.
Thank you, I think. That's all I have today.
Gave
If
you a
you have
little
anything
bit,
else.
but chew on there. If your phone's ringing off the hook, I'll understand why.
speaking of that, Mr. Mayor, I just want to mention, I've been jumping out of the meeting quite a bit, and I was just trying to help TPI solve their TECO gas line issue, so, apologize for that.
Okay, Mr. Lopez called me yesterday too, and, an update on it. All right, it's, 11:44. Keep going. And we're at one or two more items, and then, break for lunch. I understand lunch is gonna be provided today.
It's here.
It's here.
Can you check if the
Could use a bathroom break now.
Yeah.
So
and
if you
then
want
come
to,
back, and then come
Well,
back, or just keep
if you,
going?
if the food's already here and we're taking a bathroom break, we might as well eat quickly and.
Lunch is here.
Okay. Yes. All right, it's,
is there anybody else coming? Can you check with?
We do the turtle thing before the turtle
Yeah.
people are still here before lunch, so they don't have to
Yeah,
wait
I
till
just
after
was
lunch.
thinking about, Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
for the,
I'll just go to the bathroom while you start that.
well, let's just take a 5-minute break.
because I
5-minute
think
break.
the other things are pretty much staff items, the other three.
5 minutes, and we'll come back. Just 5. Oh, we're minus, manager and an
Certainly,
attorney.
yeah. You doing, Chad?
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody.
Oh, yeah, it is. Might as well call it afternoon.
We're 1 minute away. Well, you go ahead, Chad, you can start up. See, they're on the way back in.
All right, Chad Schutz, environmental staff for the town. So I just wanted to review some of the issues that have come up with the new sea turtle ordinance with regards to obstructions on the beach. And just wanted to take this opportunity to kind of review the new ordinance, both for sea turtles, the vendor ordinances, and the past sea turtle ordinance. So the current ordinance that was just adopted earlier this year is pretty straightforward. No obstructions on the beach at night during sea turtle season. There we go. So this is the existing environmental ordinance that speaks to beach furniture and equipment. And as you can see, it also has all beach furniture must be removed from 9 p.m. to 7 a.m. There's an exception for cabanas. As you can see in D, it also requires cabanas to be removed during sea turtle nesting season. Also, the beach furniture storage locations in preference to locations that protect sea turtle nesting activity. Also, the kiosks are addressed in that beach furniture where they're allowed one freestanding structure in the beach area. Again, may not be left on the beach outside of business hours, which preclude nighttime. Then we have the PWC, personal watercraft section. This one's a little bit more complicated, so it should be removed, but there are exceptions. If it's a wide beach, then 100 feet back from the water line. If it's not a wide beach, then off the beach or adjacent to permanent structures landward of the seawall. Pages and not going with. I also wanted to talk to the previous sea turtle ordinance. It also addressed furniture and jet ski just for a historical perspective. Also, beach furniture and equipment off the beach at night, and then jet skis, the compliance with the jet ski code that we saw before, and must not disturb any sea turtle or sea turtle nest. So in summary, just pull that all together. You do have consistent definitions of beach and sea turtle nesting habitat. So the beach is determined, unconsolidated material, AKA sand. So there is vegetated dune or a structure is the definition of the beach. The sea turtle nesting habitat is that sorry, I thought I turned that off. The sea turtle nesting habitat is all of that sandy beach that the males have access to go and lay their nest. With regards to the sea turtle ordinance and the beach furniture existing code, those are consistent. Remove the furniture, equipment, kiosk at night during sea turtle season. There is an inconsistency with the personal watercraft code. The sea turtle ordinance had to be off. However, there is that exception in the PWC. There is some inconsistency there. So I just wanted to kind of bring some real life examples of what's happening, what brought this forward, and show y'all what's going on. So we have here, I believe there's a nest that was laid at the base of some jet skis that had to be relocated. Various false crawls or nests, the bases of PWCs, trailers, cabanas. beach furniture, et cetera, just to kind of give you an idea. This was from this year. I think that was kind of one of the initial
Ed,
issues.
are the pictures you're showing us, are they a violation of the old language as well, or just the new language?
That's the point I'm getting to. If you look at the language, in my opinion, both the new and the old, because
That's my question.
PWC shouldn't be interfering with sea turtles in this case. This beach would be considered a narrow beach, so, but having said that, the approved storage area is right there. So I would find it difficult to give them a hard time about storing their jet skis when they've already had a storage area there, historical, it's always been there. Having said that, there's an obvious issue 2 years in a row where sea turtles are nesting there, leading to either relocations of the nests, which is not ideal, or false crawls, which is also.
I'm sorry, just so I understand. So these photographs would be a violation of both the old language and the new language, correct?
Right. So, I mean, again, it's
I guess my question is, the old language would protect against this, correct?
right. So if you look at the old sea turtle ordinance, PWCs, that's the underlined, must not disturb any sea turtle. I think you would find sea turtle biologists arguing that these are disturbing their nesting activity.
I'm with you on that, but I mean, I guess my question is, the old language that there's some discussion about going back to would protect against this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So council, maybe to help clarify, it's not a language issue per se, it's an enforcement per se. So in the past, where these may have been allowed to be out there and no one said anything about it. And then you have circumstances shown in the pictures, clearly now we are saying something about it. Is that correct?
I would agree with that.
But if we went back to the old language and
It was in the old language, it's just,
we enforced the old language appropriately, it would protect against this violation. I guess that's
yes.
my question.
So the issue was, if the language was there, either the circumstances did not occur, or there was just not general enforcement.
A quick question, if I may, then what if there wasn't an issue with the wording before? What generated the change? Is there something from federal or state level that warranted the changing of the way it was written?
So if you remember, we did, the state came out with the model ordinance, which was the impetus to up that model ordinance pretty much, I say, rather than pulling apart different.
Well, I'm looking through the literature that we have here of some of the responses through the email. One of them stated that you could have an enclosed container on the beach as long as it wasn't elevated. They could essentially have and it doesn't say anything about size. But I guess I'm trying to figure out how we can make this work for everybody, because if they're allowed to have a container, what's the definition of a container?
Sorry, so it says has a container left out at night?
It says that you can have, let's see if I can find it specifically. It said that you could have a, apologize, I thought I had it all marked out already, but it essentially said that you could have an enclosed container as long as it wasn't elevated.
Right, so
Sea
you
turtles
can
could get
have
stuck
that,
underneath.
but I would still argue that falls under the definition of beach furniture and equipment that should be removed at night under the letter of the law. Whether or not that was enforced is a different conversation.
Okay. Well, and I can respect that. I'm just trying to get to, are we working off of interpretations, or is it actual law that we're required to follow?
The letter of the law, that's why I put up the ordinance. That's copy and paste. There's no interpretation there.
That's what I was trying to get to, because I don't know if that was necessarily clear, maybe as we've been discussing it in the past, but we're being required to do it from a higher level. It's not something that we chose to just enact. Is that a correct statement?
I think another way to say it, we're not ignoring it anymore.
Okay, I guess we could say it that way too.
Just some more examples. This unfortunately was a female digging a nest, and eggs actually put in there, but there was over there, again, false crawls, garbage can bumping off of there, nest laid there. I'm not sure if she knocked over those chairs or if that's just does. There's been human activity that caused her to go
Like
out.
an abandoned egg.
What happens when they have a false crawl? Do they go somewhere else to lay the eggs, or do they just go back out in the Gulf and dump them out there? What happens?
Right, so why is this an issue is what you're getting to. So the harm to the sea turtles, so it can be trapped in the furniture. Your question on false crawls, so if the female fails to nest after multiple crawls, she has these eggs, she's got to get them out. Either she'll just find somewhere, wherever on the beach, which may not be as optimal as her first choice, or abort her eggs in the ocean, both of which would reduce the survivorship of the hatchlings. So, other issues, so nest laid at the base of PWCs, you're necessitating either a location, or you're leaving it there where there's high human traffic, and not ideal for survivorship of hatchlings. And the obstructions on the tail end of it is they can impede the hatchlings on their way back to the Gulf. Yes, sir.
I'm just, again, trying to understand. Sounds like these examples that you're giving would be prohibited by the original language. And John, help me understand this. Are we required by state law to have fully implemented the state recommendation? In other words, if we go back to the old language, are we in violation of state law? Is that what we're discussing today?
No, you wouldn't be in violation at all. What happens is that 20 years ago, in recognition of new scientific, or 20 plus years ago, in recognition of scientific data, studies, et cetera, FDEP, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, drafted a model ordinance that they publish through the Florida Administrative Code and recommend to all local governments that are in turtle nesting habitat or have turtle nesting habitat that they adopt it. And periodically they'll review it and they'll update it, and they'll promulgate it back out to the to all the municipalities and the counties and say, here's the newest, greatest, and best thing that we have for you to consider. And within that, you can tinker with it to your individual needs somewhat, but the overarching concept and suggestion in that model ordinance, which is the protection of sea turtles, is obviously the main purpose of that ordinance or that model ordinance being promulgated by FDEP. Issue of enforcement and the issue of liability is frankly at the federal level. The sea turtles are declared by the U.S. federal government as endangered species. They are protected under the Endangered Species Act. And our failure and the failure of individual property owners to comply with these regulations, which are compliant with the Endangered Species Act, which are intended to implement the Endangered Species Act, exposes every property owner who violates it and doesn't comply with these regulations, as well as potentially us as the regulator for what's called an illegal take of an endangered species, which, depending upon the severity of the take, can result in both criminal and civil penalties being imposed upon the violator. Not common, but it's not unheard of across the board on different types of regulations. Sometimes the state and federal government will initiate enforcement action against the local government. The one that I'm most familiar with, and that most people in the state of Florida are most familiar with, is a group of residents sued both the federal government and the municipality and the county of Volusia and Daytona Beach because they allow driving on the beach, and they said that it violated the Endangered Species Act because the traffic up and down the beach of the vehicles impeded turtle nesting. And after several years of litigation in federal court, the parties reached an agreement that does allow for continued driving on the beach in Volusia County, and I think there's part of Johns County that also allows driving on the beach. Significant restrictions and other modifications that are designed to make sure that there's not this type of situation, so that vehicles can't be parked up onto the dry sand. It can't be there after certain hours and you know, to impede the access to the nesting area by the sea turtles. And so that's what we're really talking about here, is that you know, is making sure that our regulations and the implementation of them minimize the impact of man-made objects on sea turtle habitat.
We've adopted the FWC suggested model language in its entirety. If we were to amend the ordinance, go back to the old language in this particular area, told today that it would address the problems that Chad has rightfully pointed out.
It's the same.
If we enforced it.
That's the issue, is that it's now being enforced. And the complaints have originated as a result of the enforcement. It's always been there.
Let me restate my question. If we were to amend the ordinance to go back to the original language in this particular area, which had not been being enforced, and it was enforced going forward, would address the issues that were pointed out today, correct?
Yes.
You have other sections in the code that addresses it right now. I mean, the beach vendor code addresses, you know, the beach furniture that I pointed out.
So let's be clear. Not really a language problem. Code, it's an enforcement problem. So the new language is clearer, but the old language, as it was, still does not approve this behavior. Okay? So perhaps because it wasn't clearer, perhaps for other reasons it wasn't being enforced. Now when we see the crawls and we're contacting the people, it's elevated the situation.
Well, and another thing that's exacerbated the situation is that tourist season and turtle season didn't used to overlap so much. The reason it's so much worse this year is that there's more people out there to rent the chairs, there's more incentive to leave the stuff on the beach because there's people there to use it the next day. Whereas I know I used to walk parts of the beach during this time of year, there weren't any chairs out there because there weren't any people there. That's one thing we've got to realize that has changed about the situation, is we're now trying to cater to people that are coming in the summertime. And maybe we need to say, okay, people are still coming, but we're not going to have as many chairs out there in the summertime. People need to bring their own chairs. I mean, that kind of stuff. We're providing a business to make it more convenient for the tourists. But it's a luxury, as it were, to be able to rent a chair on the beach.
I might just interject too, because my understanding is we adopted this new model ordinance. It really didn't change much of the intent of the way it was done. Now, we weren't enforcing it before. And lack of enforcement, soft enforcement doesn't change the rule. Now, John, will we still have liability if we have a habit of habitually not enforcing a regulation like this and then something happens to a sea turtle? Would we still be potentially liable for taking?
Yes, sir. I'm reading here, violations of the Endangered Species Act can result in criminal penalties up to 1 year in prison and $50,000 in fines. Whoever is found to have violated, private or public. Penalties up to $25,000 for each violation may also be imposed. Private citizens, which is how most of the violations get brought to the regulatory agency's attention, may bring actions against other individuals or government entities for violations in the Endangered Species Act. And if there's a determination that there has been a violation, then liability exists.
And another thing too that comes up, and I was reading through all this stuff, is that there's a definition of beach. There's a definition of sea turtle nesting habitat. And the beach is pretty much anywhere that's sandy. So when someone rakes beach and prohibits or gets rid of the dune plants or keeps them from getting established, they are increasing the size of the beach and the turtle nesting habitat by the definition of how it rules. So that means that if there's a dune line and then one person is raking it in, the line that establishes the sea turtle nesting habitat doesn't stop at the dune line. It stops where the actual buildings are or where a dune eventually happens. It's kind of an artificially created expansion of this, of where the sea turtles will go.
So where my confusion lies is we've been asked by a number of folks to go back to the original language. And the original language would actually protect against what's been demonstrated today. I'm still trying to understand how going back to the original language, which would rightfully protect against what's been demonstrated today, if properly enforced. I don't understand why we can't go back to that original language. Where's the harm there? I'm trying to understand it, because it's not a mandate, it's a suggestion to the entirety of the Model
So
Act.
the original language, I don't feel that it is as clear as the new language. It basically refers to the beach furniture and PWC sections, which again address, it's referring back to the existing, so the old sea turtle language refers back to the existing beach furniture, and you can see here, all beach furniture except beach cabanas must be removed. And then it goes, except during sea turtle season, beach cabanas may be left. Another way of saying that is beach cabanas need to be removed during sea turtle season. So the furniture is consistent with the existing beach furniture code, which was referenced by the old sea turtle ordinance, if that makes sense. I think going back to the language just references existing code, whereas the new sea turtle ordinance just explicitly says obstructions off the beach at night during sea turtle.
So the point made that if we went back to the old language, this behavior that triggered this could not continue. You know, the people that you're giving warnings to for leaving things on the beach, they would still be getting warnings or should be getting fined.
It's under, yes, and it just would be under a separate section of town code. So instead of citing them for violating section 14-78, would be cited for being in violation of their, of 14-5. Of the town code.
So I guess if we can just be frank and blunt about it, whether we change the wording or not, it's still a violation.
That's correct.
And it would just be, if I'm speaking out of turn or if I'm saying something I shouldn't, please let me know. Question here is whether to enforce it or not, if I'm being blunt.
That is correct.
So that everyone that's here understands what we're saying is whether the wording is changed or not, you're still in violation.
Just be a different section of the code.
And it would take a direction from council to staff to not enforce it, if I'm being blunt.
And if that's the direction, so I'm just saying, with that said, our job as staff, and I've said this to you all in a number of occasions, in different contexts, our job is to provide you with as much information to allow you all to make an informed decision. And so in furtherance of that responsibility that I have as your town attorney, I'm telling you that it exposes the town to liability to not enforce this regulation, not at the, lack of better description, at the local level, but actually at the federal level, because this regulation, this particular ordinance is an implementation to make sure that we're observing the endangered species. And
So during the time that we were on break, we were all getting communications about this, and I was in touch with various people on the town staff, and one of the things I was informed was happening is that we were using Eve as sort of a mediator in these situations to try to come to resolutions. Is that an option that we can continue to use?
my understanding is yes, because again, staff can correct me if I'm wrong, is that the turtle time is, I'm using air quotes, and approved by the Department of Environmental Protection and
They're our
FWC.
permit holder.
They're the permit holder.
So is that something that we would need to put in writing somehow, that should someone object to a violation, that we could then use the permit holder as the mediator to come up with a solution?
I talked to Miss Eve about a lot, pretty much everything. So I don't really do things, especially with fines involved, without speaking with her. And I would say that we're in sync.
We have been doing that.
But Dan is trying to say here, do we instruct staff not to enforce? And I'm saying, well, maybe there's a middle ground, rather than saying do not enforce, say enforce, and then we have a second step that we can bring in Eve as a mediator to resolve a dispute in particular situations.
I certainly hope so.
Do you agree that
I do, I agree.
that's an option that we could?
Absolutely.
Sounds like it's already going on though informally.
Right, I know, but the point is, can we formalize that? And I was trying to get input then from John of whether it's legal that we continue to do that as a more formal policy.
Yes, and we have been doing that since I've been here. I don't think that I've been involved in any case that's moved forward at the code enforcement level to the special magistrate has not been, for that point in time, been vetted obviously by staff, and in the context of lighting or obstructions or any other type of modification of the beach, with the input of Turtle Time. We only get to the point of taking the case to the special magistrate when all those avenues have been exhausted first.
Understood. I was just trying to get it out there that maybe we could come to consensus to make that the formal policy.
And just for the record, let it be known that we have reached out to FWC to see if we could create a scenario that would, you know, address their concerns, but yet minimize the amount of having to move things around on a daily basis for the vendor, and we will continue to do that, but we have not been able to do that to a point where FWC has said yes yet.
Okay. Now, I have a question for you, Roger.
Yes, before you say that, I've only heard two people say that they agree with making this a formal policy. I'd like to know if we have a consensus.
I don't know if I would really necessarily agree with that, since it's already happening informally, and I'm not really, and we're putting an obligation on someone who's not here to say whether, including a third party consulting with.
I think she's been doing it anyway, so I don't see that as an issue, I guess.
I think we should.
Oh, we could always say that would give her an opportunity to do that, whether she takes the opportunity or not, we'll, you know, we can't force her to, but.
If even Turtle Time, agrees, then I'm okay with it.
Sounds reasonable to me. There's your three.
Could I ask a quick question? Are the town's trash receptacles in current violation of our own ordinance? I keep hearing that.
It very well may be, and we're gonna look at those. As you can see in the picture here, we try to keep these off the ground. They're not touching the ground if you look at the picture. We have others that do touch the ground, and we're looking for alternatives. So the answer is probably yes, and we're looking to fix that ourselves.
All right. They haven't been here forever. Those are put in, maybe?
Well, I mean, that's the same argument that vendors will say. I do want to review, I did intentionally put this slide up there, just to be fair to the vendors, who provided this picture. I think it does warrant review and see, you know, what we need to do to mitigate any issues.
I mean, we may have to go to a different style can, or raise them more off the ground, or see, no, there may be things we have to do. I'm not saying that we're perfect and they're not. We're not perfect, and we need to do some.
On this picture here with your elevation, is there, I don't know the answer, I'm hoping somebody does, that, is there a specific height required for turtles to be able to come in and do their nesting? I mean, is it 3 feet, 4 feet, 10 feet?
Maybe 3 feet. I can get that answer from FWC. That's something that we were trying to tease out when we had an idea about a rack system to place furnitures to allow them. That's not something that FWC was favor of. I am going to reach out and with the best configuration for trash cans. I'm not sure how long we've been putting trash cans on the beach versus the street side. Maybe possibly. My point about the issues and all of these issues, you'll see that there's no dune in front of the equipment or to kind of stop the turtles from going in there. Maybe that's something that on the accesses could be explored as well. You know, both for sea turtles as well as resiliency, building some sort of berm to stop, you know, seawater rushing in whenever you have a storm surge, some kind of dual purpose.
And is it possible to give some direction to the vendors who've been impacted by this or potentially impacted by this? In other words, have any fines been issued yet for these violations?
So there was one resort on the north end that had a scattering of 20+ chairs. They did receive a furniture violation after multiple warnings. I have not find any of the vendors per se, just warnings.
I guess if the vendors are working in good faith with the town and with Turtle Time and trying to be sensitive to these types of issues, could you give them some comfort that you'll be judicious in how you enforce and fine people on this island?
Absolutely.
We're seem to be pretty generous with our warnings.
Well, I mean, I think there's some vendors who do care about the environment, care about the turtles, and want to be good citizens on our island. And I think if there's a partnership, try to address these issues, and people work together, and it's not a confrontational an atmosphere. I think it could be very helpful in this dynamic, because I'm still a bit confused why the old language, if properly enforced, prevent all these, why we can't go to the old language. I certainly would yield to my colleagues on this. Nobody likes to see what's happened in these pictures, and if the old language actually would prevent that, if it was enforced, and it would give the vendors some comfort, I'm not sure why that's such a bad thing still, considering it's just a model act, but I understand the federal
Yeah, I think
repercussions.
the point perhaps is, while the old language is not as crystal clear, still be a violation. The difference is, when the old language was in place, it wasn't being enforced, and the new language in place, and now it's being enforced. It's not, in my opinion, the new language is clearer and more precise than the old language, but it will still be a violation of the old language. What they're really asking you to do indirectly is, by turning back the clock to the old language, turning back the clock to the old enforcement.
And I just think there is one thing too that's coming down the pipe that the Marine Resources Task Force and Chad is working on, and that is a dune management plan. And one thing that does solve a lot of these issues is putting in some dune plans. The dune management plan, and tell me if I'm out of line here, it allows people to voluntarily put down dune plans and then manage them so they don't just grow and go wherever the plants want to go. So it allows them to have a controlled dune line they could do, which could alleviate a lot of these problems.
To illustrate Councilman Veach's point, so again, no dunes in front where there are issues. Planting some kind of dune, which is what Pink Shell had the forethought to do, to create an area that by definition is not beach, therefore can be used as storage, special events, etc. behind there and not be in violation, and provide the sea turtle some dune habitat to lay in front of that area. So I think that that's a good model that's worked well. They started putting their furniture behind that dune after we met.
How about those narrow beach areas that you talked about? Well, they have to do the same, put a dune out there? Or, like around the middle of the island, you said narrow beach.
Well, we have a renourishment coming up, so I think there's an opportunity
Okay.
to work with properties and have some forward thinking and
Right.
the issues that we have.
Thank you. My question is to Roger. Mrs. Faircloth came into our meeting the other day and said that her license was in jeopardy on the renewal or some such thing. Is this going to impact that, or is
No.
her situation be resolved?
Well, let's remember this. Every single thing we do, I can't think of any exception, that if we say 5, the person could come into town council to appeal that. So that's A. B is that, we believe that all our vendors want to understand the rules of engagement so that they can figure out a way and be given time to figure out a way to address it with the property owners they work with, et cetera. So going to Councilman's out of the whole, I think, question, we're here to initially educate. And I know some people take a notice of violation not as education, but we consider it education. That's giving you fair warning that, hey, the situation is elevated to a point where you have to think about taking an action. We work with people, we give them more time, try to help them figure out a way to gain compliance. We enter into compliance agreements with people all the time. So this issue is not going to create a matter of child's business or any other business have reaching a certain number of demerits to the point where they would not be given a license again.
So it's a cost of doing business, and there's maybe up to them to decide whether or not the permitting or to renew the license is worth the cost of doing business.
It's that, maybe they may share revenues with perhaps a property owner, or maybe that calculation needs to be reconsidered. The fact that their operational costs might be going up. Whether that property has a planned place for storage or not. Whether if they do, whether they're willing to let the vendor use. I mean, I understand from a business standpoint, there's a lot of additional considerations for them.
Anything else? Thank you, Chad.
You're welcome.
Okay. If there's nothing more to add to that, I think we'll adjourn for lunch and then come back and finish up the 3 other items that are left on the agenda. So let's try to make it about 40 minutes or so. Okey-doke. 1:17, call the meeting back to order.
And
Councilman Allers has left the house. He had to leave early today, so he's no longer with us. Okay, we're going to go back to item C, and this is ordinance 15-01, noise. This is about gas-powered leaf blowers. Who wants to just start this discussion?
Well, I guess I'll chime in since I brought it up. I said earlier why I think it's a good idea. I would love to see us limit blowers for a myriad of reasons, not just the noise issue, but they're also bad for breathing issues and litter issues, et cetera. So I'm not sure whether it needs to be under the noise ordinance or not, because it's not just being, I don't just want to eliminate them due to noise. At a minimum, I'd like to see us ban gas-powered ones. Those are the loudest ones. Attached to the Sanibel ordinance is a chart where there are some cities who also ban, I think it's above 65 decibels. Like I said, I regularly see the landscapers that are using these wearing ear protection themselves.
A lot of it speaks to intent and how you want to go forward, because if you're limiting it by dB, then that's about the noise, up the air.
I don't particularly care where it is. I just wanted to point out that, to me, it wasn't just a noise issue.
So do you propose banning them outright, or just banning the loud ones, having a noise limit?
I think it would be very difficult for us to ban them completely, although that's what I'd love to do. But I see reasons why that they are necessary for folks that have handicap issues. They can't sweep and rake, et cetera. So I don't see any reason why we can't completely ban the gas-powered ones. There's still then options available to folks.
Certainly other jurisdictions have done it, so from a legal perspective, I'm not anything that would prohibit you from banning gas-powered blowers.
What do they do? Battery pack blowers then? Or,
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I personally, I mean, it's just well before this situation, I have a blower I have at my home is I plug in. It's still loud, I gotta tell you. I mean, probably should be using
Protection.
ear protection. I choose to ear and crank up the rock music, like just as bad.
Oh,
What does the town do, Roger? Do we have gas blowers or do we have electric ones? What do we do as a?
I would suspect we probably currently have gas ones. My advice would be, to, rather than give, if the council were to go forward with an ordinance, instead of giving a 10-day effective date, maybe give a little more time, an opportunity to shop and replace their equipment versus, 10 days.
Well, I have no problem with giving people plenty of time.
Yeah, the Sanibel one has a thing in here where it's effective August 2022.
We have, according to Chelsea, she just sent me a note that we have both. We do have some gas.
The town has been operating a gas-powered leaf blower in the beach access that's next to my house, and I have a little thing on my phone, and it was violating the noise levels inside my house. Loud, the one the towns have.
I was hoping we were going to hear something about banning any blower before 7 a.m. or something like that.
Well, that's a separate issue.
Yeah, that's really where I think it's just disturbing.
I think we already have a ban about construction equipment before 7 a.m., don't we?
the
It
books.
would be easy to add that.
How much louder are these leaf blowers compared to lawnmowers?
I don't see the landscapers wearing the ear protection when they're on their lawnmowers.
And it may very just be the proximity to the lawnmower engine to the ears versus blower to their ears. Their shoulders and chest level.
Especially if they're wearing that backpack, it's right, that engine is right by their ear there. What do you want to do? You want to bring forth a sample? Look at,
You know I do.
I would concur.
I'd like to think about it a little bit. It'd be great, Roger, if somebody from the town could come in who uses these and tell us that the electric blowers are demonstrably quieter and really priced and very accessible. I don't feel like we've done any of our research on this yet, and maybe we have. I don't know. I don't want to speak for anybody else. I don't have either
Well,
one
we
of
can
them.
bring someone in for a demonstration if you want. I mean, to be honest with you.
I mean, I'm not.
Yes, the way I'm
Demonstrate
looking
both.
at
We
it
have
is,
both, so we can demonstrate it.
Annabelle's already done the homework for us.
Well, I think they have.
They've vetted this, they've looked at it.
I think they have. Our town attorney just said he's got an electric one, and he says it's really loud. I just want to make sure I just don't, unless you know, I don't know. I've never had either one of them. Do you have a gas or an electric one, or does somebody
No
know?
longer do I have one.
Yeah.
But I have in the past, and I
Had electric ones?
had electric ones. And that's why I think it would be good to put the 65 decibels that it's been suggested by several other communities.
Is that in the Sanibel ordinance? The decibel issue?
No, I think they're just doing the gas.
Now, there may be, I noticed it in the noise ordinance, section 1424, there's a exception for lawn care. I don't know if that has to be changed for this, or just we say no gas-powered leaf blowers without a decibel, then we don't.
To me, what we're doing is, here today, is deciding to send this to staff to write something up. Then they need to look at what needs to be changed.
In that process, Roger, you could include talking to your staff and just get a sense from them, the practical implications of this as to how much quieter an electric blower is than a gas blower. And in other words, I want to make sure we're actually accomplishing something. And we may very well be, I don't know. I think that would give me some additional information that could be helpful.
We can get some technical specifications from some common ones, the ones we use, and or that's delineated on both
Yeah,
of
just the
those.
men and women who use these every day for the town, they probably have a sense of,
Well, the good news is we don't use them every day, so that's good news. But we have both, and frankly, a lot of the handheld landscape equipment is going to batteries that weren't readily available. I say we were having this conversation 18 months, 2 years ago. Battery-powered handheld landscape equipment wasn't readily available. Now, pretty much every manufacturer manufactures lawn maintenance equipment has a battery line.
and obviously the battery technology is getting better.
Right, they're 20
I would
they're
just say to the
20
Vice
volt.
Mayor.
They're up from, they always start at 12 volts, they're up to 20 volts.
I would say to the Vice Mayor, I'd absolutely keep an open mind on this as we move forward.
okay.
Add to Councilmember Veach's comment, there is an exemption currently in our noise ordinance for operation of equipment or conduct activities normal to residential communities, such as lawn care, soil cultivation, domestic power tools, lawn mowers, maintenance trees, hedges, gardens, etc. They're allowed between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. currently. So irrespective of whether or not you ban gas-powered leaf blowers, are still that they're allowed between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., whether they're electric or not. So just pointing out the hour issue.
So this would just change it to say that you could go from 7 AM to 7 PM, but if this event ultimately gets passed, it can't be gas powered.
24/7. I guess one other thing I would consider asking staff to look at is, I don't know whether it's feasible or enforceable, but where people are blowing stuff. If they're blowing it into a pile to rake it up, that's wonderful. If they're blowing it into Estero Boulevard where it gets blown into our stormwater system, I don't think that's acceptable. And I see them regularly blowing stuff into the streets rather than raking it up.
Oh, well, we would add something to that effect. The idea is not to blow it into suspension off your client's property, but to actually blow it in a pile for being picked up and removed.
Okay. Well, why don't you bring something back, some future meeting, and
Do that.
we can all take a look at it then. Metered parking.
Okay. Oh, here we go. So at the request of, I believe it was Councilman Allers, for Town Hall, if we optimize all the available parking spaces, it will be 45. We suspect for purposes of metering would probably be maintain parking for our staff, et cetera, would be 21, and some handicap spaces. At Bay Oaks, there's the gross number of spaces is 95, plus some handicap spaces. Would cost roughly $1,000 at Town Hall for signage and roughly $2,000 at Bay Oaks. We would just have to figure out an accommodation for people who are coming to town to do business or coming to use Bay Oaks for recreation. How to deal with that, which we will if the council wants. By the way, I would say that if we were to move forward and do this, that would just be a sort of a temporary situation till other parking areas come back online.
I think as we talked about this, Roger, really for Town Hall, which is visible from Estero, that I don't see any reason why not to do something over the weekend, parking, that would raise revenue for the town in a time when the parking lot's really not in use. Just, only some of the parking spots would be available for paid parking on weekends, and then on weekdays.
You're gonna have to educate me on this. I don't understand this at all. Talking about adding, so people can park in here over the weekend, at nighttime?
During the day.
During the
Saturday
day.
and Sundays.
During the day. Is there a sign out front that says no parking?
Right now, that's the sign that says that.
There is, so that's what's preventing people from, parking in here, because there's never been, no one's ever parked in here. You think there's a
No,
big?
people were parking in here, and then we had to put the sign up to
People
stop
just-
them from parking
Oh,
here.
so there is a demand. There is a
Well,
demand.
I think if I understood Councilman Allers' point was that parking spaces that used to be part of the Margaritaville complex that are now fenced in for the construction have been lost. And this concept was, see if what we could do to mitigate that.
Those people that were gonna park down there are gonna come down here to park?
Well, I think he's looking at it from a gross parking spot perspective, not necessarily, location specific.
That's why I don't know that Bay Oaks is really going to be used that much by folks that would have parked downtown.
We occasionally do have people who park there. Our staff will see someone park there and walk towards the beach. And occasionally we will give those people a ticket if we can't catch up to them and tell them you can't park there. But it's not frequent, commonplace thing, it's sporadic. It really depends on how busy the beach is that particular day.
I kind of I also think that I don't think people are going to find Bay Oaks. Because right now, it's one of those, I know Town Hall used to be a place people would park for free, and it's right on Estero, but I don't know how many people are going to go out and find Bay Oaks as a place to park. Pay for it.
I think this is, people are gonna use this parking that are, they're gonna go over to the beach? Is that the idea?
Well, I think, I don't
get
want to really
through?
speak for Councilman Alves because it was a suggestion, but I think he was really looking at it is there was, I don't know, 100+ parking spots lost on a TPI property. And what do we do to mitigate that? But anything at all. And his thought was, well, we have parking spaces that are not being heavily utilized, we make them available.
I know people do park at Chapel by the Sea and go across the Chapel Street beach access. I can see that this lot might be trustworthy for us to put the effort into collecting some
I
revenue.
mean, the investment is minimal. It's really whether you think it's a good idea or not.
How many parking spots does the town have in its entirety?
I don't know that number off the top of my head. But I could probably find out in a minute if you're.
Kind of curious at how much.
I mean, our number isn't change, I mean, our number is changing, it's actually going down because we have the, water and stormwater contractors using one of our lots for staging. But he paid us to utilize that lot. So we calculated what we would have generated in parking and he literally paid us that fee. He's in essence renting the lot from us. But the spots are not available to the general public.
What do you wanna do?
I think it's worth it to put the town hall. I'm not sure of Bay Oaks, but I think it's worth, putting up some of the spaces here for generate some income and pay for itself fairly, I would assume.
Council Veach, the number I'm remembering for our parking spots, it's some freezing like 350-ish, it sticks in my head.
Yeah. And I don't think this is as popular as downtown. A lot of people come right off the bridge and try to park as soon as they can. Not a lot of infrastructure here for people.
Once they figure out that there's parking here right across the street from the beach access,
I mean, people used to park at Thompson and go across the street.
and what's the net amount of spaces they'd be able to use over here?
Well,
They can't use the ones in the back with the equipment and all.
right, we're thinking about 25 of the total could be set aside for.
What do you think about it?
Well, the way I think about it is that for town hall for $1,000, we'll find out. That's what it costs us to set it up.
All right?
That's fine.
I think Bill and I agreed that here makes sense, Bay Oaks really doesn't.
Yeah.
Let's give it a try.
All right, well, now's the time to run it down if you want. Alice is not here, so you can say whatever you want. I mean,
I'd say the same thing if he was sitting here. I mean, if, Bay Oaks are $2,000 to try it. I mean, so to set it up and try it is not really a big expense. Used to be a big expense when we had the pay stations. We would set this up where you pay by phone, by the app, so it's just really signage.
Having presented my fair share of parking violation cases on behalf of the town to the special magistrate, one cost I know that the town would have to incur in order for the spots to be legal and enforceable is obviously the cost of posting signs. Because
That's what basically what my
Yeah.
number is and
Okay,
a minor amount for software change.
what if the Presbyterians want to get into the act? Or,
Well, again, I want to make it clear that this is a temporary trial situation to be revisited, and you could set the time limit when you want to revisit it. I'll say
Okay.
at the end of next fiscal year at the latest.
Because the Margaritaville project, they're not really public parking in this.
Well, they're gonna have parking, valet parking. Remember that scenario, they calculated they had enough parking to meet needs of their guests and their visitors, and they plan on attracting non-hotel guests to their property.
Right. We'll move on. Last item is the proposed draft 21-22 general fund budget discussion.
Okay, so, counselors, I guess a little over a week or so ago, we distributed 70-plus pages of information to you all. The most meaningful information, I guess, if you will, is summarized on page 1, which we affectionately call the add-on sheet. And just beginning at the top of the page, what we've shown in red on that sheet is what the property taxes would generate at 0.95 if that were the millage, and what the property taxes would generate at 0.99 if that turns out to be ultimate millage. The net increase is just a whisker shy of $150,000. Then we divided sort of that page into two columns, and starting with the left-hand column, we listed our major sources of revenues, from starting with ad valorem taxes and working down in descending order. Total operating revenues anticipated for fiscal year 2022 is $14,151,128. Additionally, we could add to that a reimbursement we're due from the loan for the big projects the town is in the process of developing. That's 172.2. Our carry forward balance from the 21 audit is $1,836,700. In the current fiscal year, between additional revenues and under expenditures, we're anticipating a savings of $1,048,100. So those three elements are another $3,057,000. Below that, we provided information about our reserve funding levels, starting with the Government Finance Officers Association's recommendation for general fund reserve of $1,330,000. We recommend additional secondary reserve for emergencies of $500,000, legal reserve of $215,000, for compensated absences and post-employment benefits and things of that nature, $110,000. Emergency fund for beach maintenance if we cannot receive emergency funding for the state or Lee County for things such as red tide or green algae of $100,000. And based on the information that the department heads have provided to me in terms of grants they anticipate seeking during fiscal year 22, so grant matches to the town could be as high as $372,000. So those reserve recommendations total $2,627,000. Things we recommend to be funded are included in the budget. We have property and windstorm insurance increases of $91,000, premium increases of $47,000. Our pay plan increases are $100,000. Our annual employee bonus is $100,000. Adjustment to make our finance director full-time is $45,000. And we have committee requests, $2,500 for public safety, $2,500 for Anchorage, $10,000 for CellCab, and $10,000 for Green Resources Task Force, which includes the reusable bag program that they started approximately 2 years ago. As a reminder, our debt service for our $10 million loan is $581,400. Rather than begin paying that at the completion of the work, we've already started paying that back. And the reason for that is after 10 years, the balance of that loan will be recalibrated at the prevailing interest rates at that time. But we think it's a good idea to get ahead of that, and by beginning to pay that loan off sooner than later, we will reduce our amount due at that point, subject to that rate fluctuation. At the bottom part of the page, there are some operational increases that the council included in last year's budget, and we're just reminding you of those. Try to look at those from a department to department level, so we don't have all the departments hitting in a particular fiscal year. And last year, that was $22,500. Which takes us to fiscal year 22. As I said earlier, the revenues for fiscal year 22 are projected to be $14,151,100. We have an additional carry forward in savings of $3,057,000, or a total of $17,208,100. Our proposed general fund operating budget for next fiscal year 22, is $13,956,400. Our renewal and replacement capital program, where we set aside money every year to deal with renewal and replacement of the town assets, is $730,000. Those two things total together come to $14,686,400. Track that from the available $17,208,100. There's an available balance of $1,521,700. And now we get to the potential add-ons. The Parks and Cultural Affairs Department has requested adjustments to their base budget of $31,000. Pool budget of $23,500. Mound House budget of $24,000, and Newton Park of $2,200, or a total of $80,700. Non-operating add-ons, if you will include the following: community policing at $230,000. The Times Square shades, which the council committed to taking out of the loan and paying for directly, $1,100,000. Laguna Shores dredging project at this point in time is estimated to be $1 million. If the town were to step up and pay for half of that, that would be $500,000. We anticipate when the county completes Estero Boulevard, in fiscal year 22, we would spend about $100,000 on landscaping between plans and equipment, etc. Council asked us to set aside placeholders for Bayside Dock, mooring field, and a lighting project, and we did that at $100,000 apiece. This building does not have a emergency generator, and we're recommending that we install one at a cost of $76,700. Townhouse Museum restoration. The project is requesting $48,000. Town hall air conditioning ducts need to be balanced and modified and cleaned, and in some cases replaced. It's $23,000. The Iguana Palm Rat rodent control program, we have set aside $20,000 for that. The street side exotic plant removal program for $5,000 as an inducement to property owners to remove their exotic plants, and we'll see if that is where we the money or pay for the replacement plants, or exactly how that's going to work, but we feel that $5,000 would be a good start to that program. A light meter to deal with turtle lighting. Staff rides the beach, they see white light, they think it's too bright, but it's not quantified, so this meter would allow us to quantify that. $2,500. The tribe committee used to do the leadership conference. Amy and Jennifer Dexter have agreed to take that on. They think for a first-class program, they would need $8,000 to do that. Annual mailing regarding sea turtles is $1,500. And as I've said to some of you when we've gone over the budget individually, my amazement, we are not a member of the Florida Beach and Shoreline Preservation Association, considering how much shoreline we have. Amazes me we're not a member. To be a member in full standing would be $1,500 a year. But a total of all of those add-on requests are $2,416,200, and added to the cultural affairs and park and pool requests. Total add-on list in its entirety would come to $2,496,900, which leaves an unencumbered balance of $24,800, which can go to priorities you set today, and if there are no additional priorities, could go into the town's contingency for 20. So that's the budget outlook in a nutshell.
Comments?
One thing I'd like to add to this add-on list that's not very expensive is security cameras. I've talked to the sheriff about, and I've talked to the Roger about it. The idea is not to have a camera that we record, because then it's part of public records and it means we have to hold on to it for a very, very long time. But like the traffic camera we have in Newton Park, to put up cameras that then the sheriffs will be able to access. It'll work both as a traffic camera, us, and the sheriff will be able to access it to look for any kind of activity and use it for evidence as they can in their system. Since it doesn't record, all it really needs is the electricity and the digital connection. I think Roger was telling me that say the cameras on Newton Park were maybe $1,500 for the cameras, and then you had to have them wired in, so we're probably talking $1,000 camera or a set of cameras. Not a very expensive option.
I think $3,000 per copy is probably a good number to work from.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking along the same lines, but slightly differently. I would like to see us use the community policing allocation for cameras as a start, say, and I would like to buy cameras that can be linked to the sheriff's department, and it becomes their public records issue if.
That's exactly what I was saying, yeah.
And me, they're not really much good for crime unless you do record. You've got to have a record of what happened. So I would like to rather than working with them about community policing, I'd like to work with them and say, look, you've got this. I think probably everybody on council now has been to their center where you can look at, okay, then you need to go. They have cameras all over the county. They can see what's going on in many, many different locations, but they do not have any on the beach.
Don't they have Newton Park?
Oh,
Traffic
they
cameras?
told me the only thing they had was the movable thing. Newton Park is just our traffic camera. It's not linked into their crime computer.
Our camera, just to be clear, our camera at Newton is just a live feed. Anybody can look at it anytime, including them. It's not for them or not for the public. It's just there for everybody.
And when I talked to the sheriff about this, he was saying that except for those movable ones, they don't have a camera somewhere. I asked him what's the cost for the sheriff to put in a camera. And they said we really don't do that. It was a long and the short answer. But they said that if we put a camera in, then they can access our feed and record it, just like you said. And I think that we need where to put cameras. So we put a camera in, it has a feed. That digital feed goes to them. If it's worth them recording, they can record it. You said it's their public records, and their public records probably work a lot different than ours.
Well, no, I think it's state law about public records that if you got it, you got to turn it over if somebody asks for it. But if it's if it becomes part of an investigation, then they can hold it back.
Well, and to that point, I'm not quite sure how, if it's not if we're not recording it, I don't know, and I just don't know enough, if the sheriff, his office then does in fact record it, it does become a public record. If they're just monitoring the live feed, then someone would have to be, 24/7 looking at that particular camera in order for, to see, hey, there's something taking place, we need to do something, or go back and look at it. The only way to go back and look at it is if it gets recorded.
Well, I assume that they at least temporarily record what's going on because they don't necessarily know when an incident happens. And I do know they go back and they've got film of it. So they must be holding on to it for 24 or 48 hours at least and then deciding whether to preserve it. But it's still their issue. I think rather than us owning the cameras, what we do is we go to the Lee County Sheriff and say, look, we'd like to have cameras, especially in the Times Square area, to help with crime issues. We're willing to put forth some money toward this effort, and we allocate it from that is where I'd like to see it come.
Now, did you talk to the sheriff about that? Because when I did, I got the answer saying that, if you put up a camera, we'll use it, but they won't. It didn't seem to be.
Well, I didn't say we would put up the camera. We give them they get to pick out the cameras.
What I'm telling you is when I talked to the captain, I went through the same conversation with him. And the impression that I got from him is that they would just prefer that we put up the camera and then they have access to it, as opposed to them putting up a camera. It's something they seem to do.
Well, I guess we're getting conflicting information then from different people, so we need to talk to them about it. But the core of the idea is that we spend money for cameras to help with crime issues.
I think it's worth, maybe we should have the town get involved and we staff go and reach out to the sheriff's department and find out the best way to do this. And have that in time for the budget hearings.
Well, we could do that, and hopefully we can get a clear answer, but, clearly the policy could be, if you want it to be, that third thing is they can install and place the cameras. If they don't want to do that, the fallback position would be that we install cameras and they can pick up the feed. If they wish to.
I think that's probably the better way. Then we can decide where, I think we know where we want them, right?
I would like to collaborate with them and hopefully they'll
Agree.
there'll be some consensus, but if for some reason that's the council's decision that they want to see the cameras, at some point, we'll just go ahead and put them up where we think it would be beneficial and make the feed available to them.
With the idea being that not only are they going to have the recording to assist in investigations of crime, but will also be acting as a deterrent to the crime to begin with, correct?
Correct.
And the other thing that came, when I read through the survey that the Public Safety Committee did, is that, and from the messages that I get, it's like a pretty good proportion of the complaints about kind of criminal activity and whatnot come from that part of downtown, like the Primo, Palermo area. So, it does seem like cameras would be a pretty good choice in there to where the complaints are coming from our. I agree. Sitting down with the sheriff and saying, "Do you guys know the crime statistics? Where do you want them?" Within our right of ways.
Explore that then with,
Be happy to.
see how much these cameras are going to cost and so forth and so on. Time to do it when Albert is gone.
But he's listening.
So he saith. Okay. Any other discussion on that item? About any other discussions at all about the fund budget?
I was this Laguna Shores dredging. Since we proposed paying 50%, I think the cost estimates have gone up from certainly since the last time we did this. think probably a good discussion about whether we want to set a precedent of paying 50% for dredging operations. When on a canal wants to dredge, are we also going to do it for them? Are we going to treat everybody equally with this?
The precedent was already set. We did it for Laguna Shores before. I want to say it was 60-40 before.
50 us, 40 them?
It was 60 them. I would have to check. I can't swear to that. But the precedent of us paying a
Portion of it.
good portion.
It was quite a bit cheaper then, but still. Be interested to know, Roger, what our history was. History has been not just Laguna Shores, of everywhere paying for dredging projects.
Well, the dynamic of the dredging is really, what do you do with the spoils and how far you have to haul them and how many times you have to load them or unload them or handle them. That's really what, where
I was arguing the cost, but what have we done? What's our history?
what was that the last time? I don't know. It was done before my time. I'll have to look it up.
And are there,
I just,
Not much history.
I mean, I think it was a one-time deal, and as far as I know, cost went up. It just seemed to me that these will be $1.1 million. The council could say, look, we're in for 500, whether that's 50% or 48% or 40% or something. Anything above that, it's on you. And we could deal with it however you prefer.
I'd just like to know the history.
All right, we'll find that out for September. Get to you before the meeting.
Have anything you want to question?
Nothing additional. I had a chance to go over this with the town manager last week, so I'm comfortable.
Myself also, so I'm pretty up to snuff on it.
I went over it with Roger.
I still have questions, but I had questions, but
You have any more?
no, I pretty much went through most of it, just really
All right,
the cameras
we'll
and the
move on.
dredging.
Okay, the next item is agenda management. I think we've pretty much filled it up today.
I've got a couple things, and they're not majors, but brought forward by the Marine Resources Task Force that FGCU has a program where if you enter into agreement with them, then their students can get some credit for doing things, volunteering for the town, specifically for the MRF pop-up booth. It may also have application. I don't know if there's anything like that currently with the Mound House or other entities, but it is an agreement between FGCU and the town, and I'm understand that it has to come before council, so it's an agreement. And our attorney, I don't think has seen it yet. I don't know if I have either.
The link that you forwarded to me was to a webpage, not to an actual agreement.
I just forwarded you what was sent to me, but
Okay, and it doesn't indicate what the next step is, so.
okay, I'll get that to you, but there's maybe somebody can
More
put on a future
information.
agenda to consider this agreement.
I think anything we can do to bond, forge any bonds with FGCU, anything we can do is the better, more the better.
And one more thing that I don't know if you want to put this maybe on a future MNP or maybe in a council, is that the county has discussed joining in a lawsuit against the Okeechobee releases. That's something we would be a party to.
We join it or amicus?
Well, please remember that as I transitioned as your town attorney a number of years back, there was similar litigation going on where the municipalities got together and filed a challenge to the state's adoption of the discharge standards for the Caloosahatchee watershed. The DEP was in the process of adopting new water quality standards, and there was litigation that was initiated in that regard against the FDEP, and was an informal formal cost sharing. Temple Law Firm was hired to represent the various municipalities. Cape Coral took the lead. And ultimately, that litigation did not succeed. And the court ruled that the DEP had adopted the rules properly and they were based upon appropriate scientific data. So to the extent that the Army Corps of Engineers, and I'm presuming that that's because I don't know anything more, then there's a, I don't want to say the precedent, but some of that area has already been gone over. So if the Army Corps of Engineers is adopting standards that are substantially similar to what have been approved by FDEP already, or incorporate into that, then not so sure about the likelihood of that. But without seeing the litigation, I couldn't venture guess what the basis of it is. If you want, if there's consensus, I can reach out to the county attorney's office to get a copy of the litigation or what they're proposing to do, and report back to you all before.
I think at this point, Counselor Veach, if I read the press reports appropriately, and I think I was on the county's website the other day, I think the chair of the county commissioners discussed the possibility of litigation if the Army Corps of Engineers does not improve on the plan that's currently proposed. And but I do support Counselor Veach. If indeed it comes to that, which I hope it doesn't, because I hope they make the appropriate changes, I support looking at ways to partner with the county in litigating against such a potentially negative solution for our area. But I think that's yet to be determined yet. I don't think there's any litigation yet to even look at.
I agree, Jim. That's my reading on it when I've been following it. It hasn't yet commenced. There's nothing yet to join. And maybe the cleaner way of adding our support would be via an amicus brief rather than actual joinder of parties. As I remember with our prior litigation, there were some attorney fees left unpaid at the end, and we had a heck of a time sorting out who owed what.
Yes.
Maybe at least an informal contact just to show our support.
I like that idea.
Yeah.
Well, definitely. And I remember Wayne sent me an email the other day, or a text or an email, I forget now, saying that they were going to move forward probably with some form of litigation. And I suggested the same thing, whether we join you or file amicus brief, one or the other. I mean, we're definitely stakeholders in this thing. We have to participate, so it's just a matter of at what level. I agree with you that we should.
And then one more thing, Councilman Ederholt talked about the ideas he had on traffic and maybe creative parking. I'd like to see that put on a future M&P. A discussion in the sunshine about has in mind and other ideas.
I would welcome that. Thank you.
Anyone else? Well, that'll do it for today then. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Moved.
It's moved and seconded. Hearing no action, we're going to adjourn at 2:06.